what's up guys? My name is Holly and welcome back to Chronicle. You can't see it, but everybody's dabbing. So, this is the home where a group of my favourite people and I get together and tell some awesome stories and hopefully take you guys along for the ride with us. We've still got some dabbing going on. Or something. We're returning to the world of Cthulhu now, so if you haven't caught up on our other sessions for this campaign so far, please do so. The link will be to our YouTube channel below, so you can check out all of our archived videos there. We would really appreciate it. We're playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, so if you don't know, get to know. It's not very cash money of you to be slacking so much. Get on to it. Yeah, does anybody have anything else they want to say? Or all good to go? Reckon we just... let's get into it. Yeet. Alright. Under soaring cathedral ceilings, an arm reaches out, brushing against damp stone coated in a thick, viscous substance. As warm, flickering torchlight mingles with the faint brush of moonlight spiraling down from a crack formed above, the arm pushes and pushes against its barrier. Fingers finally connect with the raised edges of a circular shape, spinning the disc counterclockwise and hearing the telltale click as its mechanism shifts into place. The arm that was once extended begins to disappear further into the wall, reaching up to its shoulder until finally its side begins to join it, slowly inching further into the space. Within moments, it's gone, absorbed into the barrier previously known to it. Defend, protect, obey. It begins to edge along the wall, an amorphous shape that shifts and wobbles. The shape travels with speed as the air within the abandoned crypt, long thought to be lost to time, grows stifling, stale as it presses down upon the lungs of the motley crew spread across its interior. Watching in fascination as the shape traverses the walls of the crypt with ease, settling high in the corner of the room beneath a pointed archway. Defend, protect, obey. Although the light streaming from above creates a corridor of safety within an otherwise gloomy interior, it cannot drive away the all-encompassing darkness. Not even the torchlight, held in the hands of a group of battle-weary adventurers wafting over the walls and floors, can shake away the dread that clings to shadowy corners and crawls up its walls. As the light passes over it, the gelatinous matter previously thought of as black, that's too dark to comprehend, becomes polychromatic. It shifts from black to purple to a dark slate blue. The more the light hits it, the more kaleidoscopic it becomes. Brilliant greens and royal purples colour the substance, while fluorescent blues cut over the top, faint, but glinting vividly in the darkness. As the disc spins on its own now, clicking and whirring, two others join it, forming a triangle embossed into the wall. Beyond the layer of thick ooze that slathered across all of the surfaces in its interior, a faint glow permeates outwards, turquoise in colour. It begins to stretch onwards, obfuscated, but visible as it runs along the wall. In its wake, glyphs and runes arise, patterns forming as arcane energy thrums throughout the room, creating scripts and carvings that line the walls. It settles into the corners, pushing away the darkness and over the shoulders of the individuals that observe this mystifying process. Its presence is heavy, but not unwelcome. The feeling is ancient and indescribable within these hallowed halls of Zolgar. Welcome to the Crypt of Zolgar, everyone. What would you like to do first?
Pass the fuck out.
Roll a history check straight away.
Remain unconscious.
Remain
Are
unconscious?
you still unconscious?
Yeah, no one's pressed me.
I believe
You're
last
stable,
session
right?
we had
Yeah.
Okay.
Lockie was unconscious. You guys were all badly
I'm
eaten.
half
I think
health,
you were
I
the
think.
only one that was unconscious though.
Oh my god.
But I think you were stabilized.
Yeah,
so.
I think we stabilized everyone.
Let me check if I've got a spell to heal you, Lucky.
Yeah, I've got like 9 hit points.
Yeah, I've got 2 spell slots left.
Respect.
I think I've only got 1, so I'm just gonna tick one of those away. And I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on you, Lucky.
Okay.
I walk across a tenacious finger along your chest, following
Ooh.
the groove between your pecs.
I have 8
Damn,
strength.
a
I
bit-
don't have pecs.
A bit flirtatious going on.
I know. I was about
You
to
gained
say.
3 hit points.
Thanks.
How how sensual for 3 hit points.
Per peck.
Per pe- is it 3 packs?
Damn, we learn this now.
Yeah.
Lucky your
Yeah,
character
no,
has
I'm
3
just
pecks.
third
Are
pack.
you in full armor?
Yeah, I'm in full like I'm like full plague doctor set.
But I imagine the armor. It's one of those like Roman ones.
No.
No. I told you I imagine the armor.
Okay.
Batman with the nipples.
Nipples.
Exactly.
Yeah, you imagine that I've got like
Oh,
a
do you have
red
nipple
fabric hood
armor?
that covers most of my chest with like these little metal shoulder plates.
No, you have nipple armor now.
Okay.
But yeah.
So you regain
Yeah.
3 hit points and consciousness. Love that.
Are you all right?
I am very badly injured, but I cannot do much about that right now.
I'm sorry about last fight. I wasn't decisive enough.
Yeah, what on earth happened there?
Oh, hang on. Can we just agree? He literally talked the ooze to running away. That's what I saw, and I'm kind of like,
Look, I'm sorry if I was kind of.
yeah, that was confusing.
Under technicality, he didn't talk to the ooze because he couldn't speak the ooze's language.
No, I could.
You used hand signals, didn't you?
No, I spoke infernal to it, in either infernal or the other one. My
It was
proficiency.
infernal.
Okay.
You
You
spoke
spoke
primordial to
infernal.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
spoke primordial. I think I
We
also
just
speak-
spoke different languages to it.
Pretty sure I also speak
Whoa.
infernal. Do I? No.
So not all monsters are dumb and stupid and need murdering?
Literally no monsters are dumb. We saved a turtle before and talked to it.
Turtles are not monsters, they're small little animals.
Still dumb, sir.
I would
Still
like to
dumb.
I would like to formally apologize for my counterproductive actions during that fight.
To be fair, you just put a rope in a puddle.
Yeah, but I'm more talking about the actual fight. The crying as well, but that was more of a personal thing.
Hey, it was a battle cry, and it made you look really, really tough.
Look, that's a really generous call. I'll take it. But
Oh, not 20 deception check.
thank you.
Um,
I was more so talking about the attacking when attacking wasn't needed, but
Well,
I don't think what I did was wrong with trying to save the thing, but I realized how it endangered most of us. And
I almost died.
we nearly died.
I think a lot of us nearly died.
you said you said there was a
Well,
rack in the
good for
corner.
you, Natria.
That's so good.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
What was it?
You
like?
said there was a rack, like a torture rack thing in the
Yes.
corner with fresh blood on it. Can I
Yeah.
go investigate it?
Yeah, of course. Roll an investigation check.
Can I do a medicine check on the blood instead and figure out how fresh it is?
Didn't we already do that?
I think you
we-
already.
pretty
Well,
sure
I
we
did
were-
that from like 20 foot away though.
Sure. Go ahead.
This is more of a, can I get more?
You just
Roll a
sniff it.
medicine check.
Oh, that's a good first roll. That's an
18.
18.
You can lick
23.
An 18.
Oh.
As you approach
Oh,
this.
23 total.
Oh, 23 total.
Yeah, medicine checks.
Damn.
Um,
Mr. Plant
as you
Doctor.
approach this torture rack, you can see that there are various chains, kind of wrapped around this. It's almost in a crucifix shape, though. It looks it's got a longer part at the bottom, so it's maybe more like an H on its side. I don't know what the technical term for that is. My brain's not working. But you can see that the chains that are kind of connecting these two platforms that someone might stand on. It appears that the leather cuffs that would have been used to attach somebody's hands and feet to bind them to the rack itself seem to be ripped, so almost like a slash mark through them, though they are absolutely covered in blood.
And this is like fresh blood.
It looks relatively, with a 23, you'd say that it'd probably be 2 days old.
Okay.
something like that.
Guys, this is like very, very fresh blood. Is there like any documents or anything around? Maybe it's that desk?
Oh, now that you mention that, and I'll pull out those documents I just snagged that were on the desk in the fight, because I was like, well, I'll give them a read. Are they in common?
Let me see.
Or any language that I can
I
understand?
don't remember which way. Yeah, so they are in common. I don't remember which ones I gave you there. Give me a second. Roll another investigation check for
ones?
me, just to double check.
There's multiple.
There's more.
Investigation. 7.
7. You managed to pick up a set of manifests that look like they're authorizing the transport of materials from Black Knuckle Point to Almerim, similar to the ones you found near the yes, and you can also see that these materials also go to Daunt by way of Runalorm.
It's just more manifests and, cargo listing things. I look at it very intently. I'm like, surely there's like a secret message or code.
One thing to notice is that the materials are different to the ones that were being carted in the wheat field. So these ones appear to be metals, and it seems like dwarven, like weaponry.
Ooh, now we're getting juicy. Weapons, metal, metal. Is there anything significant, like describing like massive crates to maybe hold like ooze monsters or any other sort of creature? Maybe like Armk monster, like big bug monsters.
With a 7,
No.
you're not too sure. It just says
Nah.
that there's 50 units, so you're not too sure whether that's interspersed over several different trade caravans, or you're not sure if it's small units or if they're large units. It's a bit too hard to tell.
I got nothing. Maybe there's some more on the desk over there, but
Can I do an investigation check on the desk?
Sure, roll an investigation.
Can I also do an
Sure,
investigation?
you can roll a separate one, or one can assist
I
another.
think I've got
it's
like
up to you.
+5 to investigation if you want me to roll.
Yeah,
Do
well,
you
yeah,
want
you are
to
the
roll?
brain one.
Do you want to investigate the desk with advantage?
That would be wonderful.
Cool.
Is that allowed?
Yes, that is.
Okay, that one's okay. Oh, 24.
Nice. Okay.
Nice. Within the desk itself, you immediately find several different coins that are kind of scattered around on the top of the desk, and some more there's 3 different drawers that stand kind of to the side.
What kind of coins?
There's 20 gold and 50 silver.
Ooh, big.
got some money.
Take all the money.
You also see that so
Wait, 20 gold and how much silver?
50 silver.
Awesome, thank you.
You're not gonna share? No, you're
Okay, I'm so poor. I have literally nothing.
I'm making shit.
Typically in large D&D groups, what they do is give one person all of the gold and silver, and they have to like a banker, and basically you just spend from that like pile.
Yeah.
Do whatever A9 would do.
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, no.
Well, A9 has a separate compartment for money.
It's like a piggy bank. You can put it in and it does not come back out. So you guys aren't getting anything.
We have to kill you to get the money out.
It's like
It's a
Buster.
piggy bank. You've got to smash it open.
Yeah. We just like
with your 24, you notice that in the top drawer there appears to be a large glass tube encasing a brass double helix that appears to kind of, are you gonna touch it? It's just resting in the drawer.
Does it look like it's attached to anything?
No, it just looks like a glass tube that's probably about that big.
Yeah, I'll grab it not from the glass, but from
From the
the
ends.
brass.
So there's brass on the ends and then glass in the middle.
Yeah, I'll grab it from the
Sure.
ends.
So as soon as your hands touch the top and the bottom, the brass double helix inside appears to zip and kind of unzip itself. And it folds in on itself, kind of clicking with the dozen or so gears that surround it. And as you hold it in your hand, it appears to expand and contract, almost as if it's breathing.
I have no idea what I just found. Anyone?
Can I do some kind of check on it?
Sure, roll an Arcana check for me, please.
I should have done an Arcana check.
You can do an Arcana.
Yeah,
You can.
just-
I will let you
Yeah.
both do it.
I also I'm very good on
Natural 20.
Natural
Okay,
20.
never mind.
Nice.
Wow.
What did you roll?
Wait, just for flavor, I'm gonna roll anyways.
It's a 22 total for me.
Also a natural 20,
Are you-
25.
Oh, big. Everyone knows. Everyone just
Everybody
knows
knows
what
what
this
this
Double
is.
nat
I'm gonna
20.
roll one.
Immediately, you know what this is.
I don't know.
Um,
What it is.
So as you get both study, Abelard kind of looking over A9's shoulder, you watch as this double helix appears to still be whirring, expanding and contracting. You can see little fizzles of kind of sparks almost of arcane energy that course up and down this helix as it zips and unzips. And studying that current of arcane energy, you can see that it almost appears to be otherworldly. And you've heard of, during some of the Great Wars within the procession of metal, A9 obviously you're very familiar with that period, and Abelard, you studied it frequently. You know that devices like this are sometimes considered to be for extraplanar transport or travel.
Okay. Could I get Could I like get anything out of that? You know, with the planar transport stuff like that. Like, could this be something that would help me get home? Is it like a divin? Was it a
With
tuning?
you rolled a
22.
natural 20 for a 22.
Yep.
With your 22, it appears that from what you've read and studied about this period, that these devices are typically always active, though they need a specific spell word to actually transport you and to be technically active. But the current within this device seems to be severed.
So you're saying if we say enough random words,
Maybe you get there.
Does it have anything written on it or inscribed into it?
You gotta, for your
25.
investigation.
Natural 20 for a total of 25.
Natural 20s.
2 in a row.
You
It's
do
nice.
see that there are some. What languages do you speak?
Not many. I think it's probably a safe bet that I do not speak whatever language.
just real quick, do we have a name for this weird tube, glass tube?
Not that you know of.
Whereabouts will I find my languages?
Languages.
Oh.
Common and Gnomish.
So not the ones you were looking for, I take it.
No, but you see that there's a script that is quite angular and freeform. Doesn't appear to be necessarily in.
Would I be able to help? I speak quite a few languages.
Sure. So, what languages do you speak?
So apart from Common, Celestial, Infernal, Primordial, and Quarry.
It seems similar to Primordial, but it's not exactly the same. It seems ancient, so far older than the scripts that you're used to reading, despite being Primordial. It's much more angular than
Okay.
Primordial usually is.
This script is very interesting. It's similar to Primordial, but not quite. Very angular. Very
Is it
distinct.
draconic?
Very old. There's a couple other cells around. Can I have a look around those? Just see if I see anything.
Sure. Also, with your investigation check, you're specifically focusing on the desk. You notice that there is also in the very bottom drawer, it's much deeper than the other two, there appears to be a heavy tome of some sort, a dark brown leather cover.
What does it say? Does it say anything I can read?
It's completely blank.
It's
Could I come up to A9 and look at the book?
Look at the book, sure.
Yeah.
Roll a perception check. for me, please.
Rudely snatch it out of his hand.
Excuse me, may I yoink?
I have not even taken it out of the desk yet, okay?
7? It seems like a blank book, though you do recognize that the symbol on the front of the book seems like one that you've seen before.
Whoa. Can I have the book?
doesn't-
You got money.
Money?
You got the money.
What money? Can I roll deception?
Can I
Sure.
roll a perception?
Sure.
Can I
I think that would be
roll
insight.
whatever-
I think
Insight,
so.
insight.
Hang on a second. Did you roll to see if you saw?
Would I have seen him
Anna?
take the money?
What's your passive perception?
It would be 12 and I'd be near the desk anyways.
And you rolled for your. What did you roll for your investigation?
25.
Sure. And you weren't being stealthy about picking up the coins. So I'm gonna say yeah, you probably noticed or at least heard. You don't know how much it was though.
I had money.
And you're rolling.
I was just rolling to.
to
Oh,
see if you noticed.
well, to see if I noticed, but if I've got a passive perception of 12 as well.
Oh, okay.
Could I roll to see if there are any doors or exits, just as an
Sure.
interlude?
Roll investigation check for me, please.
Yeah.
And what did you roll for to check the cells?
Yes. Give me
That's
a
a
second.
12.
Investigation, right?
No worries.
Yes.
My
Yeah, there we go. 6 for investigation in those
6.
cells.
Most of the cells seem to be empty. It's a bit
My
hard to
internet just
see,
crashed.
given how dark it
Just me?
is and how covered everything is in
Just
ooze.
Cool.
You do see there are several crates and barrels, some of which
Just
appear
me?
to be smashed and kind of eaten away by termites almost. It seems like they're rotten and they've just been there for a while and they seem mostly empty. But you can pick through some of the
Yeah,
barrel
cool.
if you like.
I can cast light to get rid of some of that darkness at least.
Sure.
So I'll cast light on
you-
like a little brooch on my cloak and stuff, and then I'll start picking through like the remains of the barrels.
No worries. You don't find too much of note, though you do find scraps of material that are covered in ooze, though they seem to be resting on the top layer of the kind of thick ooze that obscures the floor. Actually, roll a history check for me, please. And as for Dilbert, as to whether or not you see any exits in... You rolled a 12?
Yeah, apart from the door we came through, obviously.
You don't see any visible exits at the moment.
Did we go?
7.
Sure. But with
Did
a
we go on
7,
any
it looks familiar to you, the material. It seems like a clothing piece of some sort.
Can I open my book? They don't gave it to me. Would I be able to open it and see?
You
what-
passed the book over?
What interest could you possibly have in a blank book?
It's fine.
It's
Don't worry about it.
fine. Sure.
I'll take the book. It's
Blank
useless.
book is just an opportunity.
Exactly. I like
Wonderful,
Thank you, June.
you. Insightful as always.
Anyway,
As
that's
soon
my
as
bit.
you touch the book,
Oh no.
Yay.
as your hands rest against the leather, moving to take it from A9, a white-hot pain erupts behind your eyes, searing and insistent. Your muscles seize, joints locking into place as your heartbeat increases, kind of grunting against the pain that encompasses your body. Soon replaced with a feeling of lightheadedness. Darkness begins to creep into your vision at the corners, and you feel yourself tipping backwards, certain that you'll meet the ground. But you continue to fall. Your limbs feel weightless as they flail in an attempt to arrest your momentum, and you descend further and further into darkness. It creeps around you, fathomless in its depths, as it stretches from horizon to horizon. You fall and fall, the panic rising in your chest the further away you creep from the sliver of light above you that now belongs to the room you fell from. Eventually, that tiny sliver of light disappears, and you float through a darkened space, no longer falling with the speed that you were before. You drift downwards as light as a feather, still surrounded by darkness. As you fall, a voice booms around you on all sides. enveloping you completely. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?
Can we help with riddles?
You just see Nadria collapse,
Abelard
They-
bolts out.
their head kind of lolling back as
Good luck solving
they
riddles on
appear to
your own.
gaze listlessly above.
Oh, yeah. Well, are we fighting again? What? Oh, she. Nadria?
Can I do a medicine check?
I don't have any
Can I
healing
try to
spells.
snatch the book from?
Can I
their
give
hands?
advantage on that
It's-
medicine check?
Yes?
Cool.
As you try to pull the book, it is locked into their hands so tightly. They're gripping the
Oh.
leather.
That's 20 total from the medicine check.
20 total. Seems like they're in a trance. It's doesn't seem harmful necessarily, just seems like they've spaced out.
Can I gently just like slap their face? Ever so slightly.
Can I do a
Not
check
yet.
to see what could be causing said trance?
Sure, roll an Arcana check for me. Actually, roll a religion check for me.
I'll put my backpack on my head.
I already forgot it.
Everybody, hang on, I'm just going to repeat the riddle.
Wait, let me write
Wait,
this down.
if any of us figure it out, can we tell
No,
Leah?
that-
Or no? In terms of
I'm
the
going to
story.
say not at the moment.
Okay.
We'll just wait. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?
Saint Nicholas.
I
Speak-
speak without a mouth and hear with no ears.
I'll give you a hint if you don't get it in a bit. What-
12 on the religion check.
12 on your religion.
What was
check?
the last bit of the riddle?
Everybody, hang on.
One at a time.
One at a time, guys. 12 for the
think I
religion
might
check. You don't. You've not come across something that would cause this, but it seems almost like divine work. You assume it's a deity of some sort interacting.
How fascinating. It appears to be
What was the
some
last
kind
part of the riddle?
I have no body, but I come alive with wind.
Actually, I might be wrong.
What were you saying, Lucky?
Fascinating. It appears to be that Nadria is having some interaction with something that would be similar to a divine.
Oh, maybe she's talking to the person that she talks out sometimes. You know, when she goes on her fits, it's just like it swears and kind of curses a lot.
That would make sense.
Maybe it's the person in her head,
Would
or
you
maybe
like
it's
it?
her imaginary friend.
That's really weird that makes sense.
I mean, like,
Of course.
well, I mean, where I am from, we are literally ruled by a god. So, we.
As you kind of, the panic is seizing you. You're not too. It doesn't come to you immediately. Now. I think you might need a little bit of a hand. You sure you don't understand this riddle? And you notice that the voice seems amplified and all-encompassing. The proof is in the pudding. Roll an intelligence check for me, please.
Not a riddle person. Maybe this is where Nadria needs her end. It's okay.
6.
9.
With a 6, your panic is so blinding to you that you're not too.
Yeah, mine too.
No need to panic. What a shame. I was really expecting you to get it. And you hear an echo kind of spread out throughout the room, kind of bouncing off different walls.
These guys are pretty good at this, aren't they?
There's two possible answers that
No,
I've
Holly
come
just
up
gave
with.
a really good clue.
I did give a good clue.
Would you like
Thank
me to
you,
echo the
Connor.
clue for you?
You said it.
Oh, an echo.
Yeah.
Oh,
an echo.
okay.
That's
okay.
what I was waiting for.
Oh, okay.
You literally got the
I
answer.
said it, I
Yeah.
said it with, like,
Confidence.
Out of fear, you're like.
no confidence.
Confidence is key. Do you say it into the void?
Yeah. I do.
Totes.
Say it.
Very good. But I don't need an echo chamber. I don't need people like those idiots in the Gambit who tell me what I want to hear. I need people who will get shit done. Can I trust that you'll get shit done?
Am I able to talk other than just saying like echo?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In like panicked manner, not as aggressive as I usually am. I'm like, can't you not see that I am trying here?
Well, I have to be honest. I've been a little bit disappointed in how far we've been getting in our progress for our little mission. So I decided to take matters into my own hands.
Doing?
You see, this is why I chose you. You got a bit of bite. I like that. I see so much of myself in you. The others, they don't understand what it's like. They don't have heart. They're not ruthless enough to succeed at all costs. They can't be what I need. But you can. In an instant, your head is thrown backwards as you tumble over, spilling onto your hands and knees. The sharp sting of whiplash lances through your neck. As you look around, you find yourself in a damp room, not unlike the one you had fallen to. Although there is no ooze present, roughly hewn and worn stone is spattered with dark crimson that pulls in the crevices between stones. The room begins to press down around you, boxing you into the cramped space. You feel something cool brush against your cheek as the ceiling drops and drops down towards you. The faint clinking of metal reaches your ears in the next moment, forcing you to look upwards. Around you, hundreds of chains dangle from the ceiling, obscuring it completely. An endless forest of metal. Do you remember all that time ago when you began to see chains everywhere? The dream that visited you? An image of a chain, not unlike these, curled its way around your torso, pressing in deeper and constricting harder. Do you remember when you woke up and you saw the chains put upon you by your family, by your city, by those bastards in the Gambit?
I don't know why you're trying to remind me of all of that right now.
Emerging from the darkness, you see a reptilian eye focused entirely on you. A glinting yellow that's almost supernatural, and a bright white grin of jagged teeth. You hear a chuckle bouncing off the walls. See, I have so much more power I can offer you. So much more that I can help you with to become the person you want to be. The person you always have been inside, but you haven't been able to see. You haven't been able to let the beast out. See, all I need you to do is free me. I need you to search for these chains, these artifacts that bind me to where I am. And I need you to break them. Just as I've broken yours. Can you do that?
I wouldn't really say anything at this point in time, but I do nod quite a bit. Not like just like one slight nod, like.
Good. That's what I like to hear. A face begins to creep forward. Dark, shimmering green scales contrast sharply against the cool brushed silver of the chains. A reptilian snout appears, pushing through the curtain of chains, before the head of a crocodile emerges completely, watching you silently. Then, a body follows. Human despite its reptilian countenance. and draped in a forest green and silver three-piece suit. After all, I freed you from your prison. Isn't it only fair that you free me from mine?
Obviously.
And it is obvious. The mouth of the crocodile expands, grinning at you with sharp, jagged teeth the size of daggers. Before suddenly it disappears, replaced with an obscured, what appears to be human face. He begins to circle around you, flicking a coin with his thumb. You cannot keep me until you have given me. What am I? I'll give you a hint this time, for free. I don't like when people break this.
Huh? Promise.
Well, either works. I would have accepted word, also. Do I have your word that you'll help me, just as I've helped you?
I guess the panic has like settled down a lot at this point. So I'm less anxious than I was beforehand. Back to being angry. You see where I am right now. Not understand that I am trying to do what you ask. I wouldn't be here if
Do I see where you are? Do you know where you are?
not here. Where I was.
Where you were?
Yeah.
See, that was by my design also. Everything that happens to you, everything that you touch, everything that you are, is because of me. Well, actually, I think I just might have brought it out in you, but I think it was always there. See, you're tricky, like I am. We have a lot in common. I see the type of person that you are, the person that you could be, and all I'm trying to do is help you, but I need something in return. Do I have your word? I could offer you power that you wouldn't imagine. I have your word? Why, thank you. I'll be in touch. And the coin flicks, and you slingshot back into your body with a choked gasp, all of a sudden feeling as if everything has changed, and yet nothing at all. A dark, wicked, and ancient power courses through your veins, pulsing, crackling with energy. You see the gazes of your friends staring back at you.
Who did you meet? It must be exciting. A meeting with the divines. There is no greater honor. You can't translate it.
Chains.
Maybe I should. And then I reach to touch the book as well.
Just feels like a book.
Go and touch the crap.
Oh. Silently
looking
disappointed in the corner.
Are there
Oh.
chains anywhere?
It was like leather cuffs. They were cut. So you said there was a symbol on the book cover.
Mm-hmm.
Would I know it?
Roll a history or religion check for me, please. Insight check? Yep.
Wait, are we all doing history checks? Is that vibe?
Everyone's rolling
Oh,
history
well,
check.
that's a 5.
You
so
can if you would like to. What did you get?
a 5.
A 5? You know, it's kind of an obscure symbol. You think you might have seen it before, but a very long time ago and you're not too
didn't-
sure.
I
the
didn't
relevance
roll
of
a history check. Let's just.
it. Insight check
forget
an
about that.
18. What are you trying to find out? Nadria seems like they've had a traumatic experience. So they definitely do seem different. Chains isn't really striking you as anything in particular at the moment.
Life-changing, possibly. I just want to make sure you're okay. We're all friends here, and we gotta look out for each other. So are you okay?
Who did you meet?
Feel okay, other than like
you definitely feel stronger. You also feel as if you're filled with almost a sense of regret or deep sorrow at something that you've done. And as they're all kind of attempting to work out what happened with you, you hear a familiar chuckle in your ear. And now, not that I don't absolutely love seeing all of these idiots bumbling around trying to work out exactly what it is that I did. I think the little trick that I played on you is about done. How about you look in that book?
Alright. Just like in like a daze, I was all feeling it. Where is the book relative?
It's in your hands
It's
still.
still in my hands? Awesome. I sit up because obviously I was still lying down on the ground saying like chains and stuff. I sit up.
As you flick open the book, you can see that where once there was nothing, it's completely blank for A9, you can see scripture written in almost a spiky kind of handwriting, primordial. But you do make out phrases. You can see hoax, gambit, Chiba. And as you flick through, you get the sense that this is a very important piece of magic for you. Something that might even channel a connection to your patron. The book is not entirely filled, there are some blank pages.
Does anyone else in the room see stuff in the book? Or is it still blank for all of us?
Well, are you
I'm
showing?
just
Kind of open book on the ground.
seeing out, like, the book's
Sure.
probably like here.
None of you see anything in it otherwise. It looks completely blank.
Perhaps she's still a bit foggy from.
Yeah, are you okay, Nadria? You kind of, you're looking at nothing right now.
I look up and I just
I kind of like, I'm scared and take a step back.
I don't even have to roll an
Intimidated.
intimidation for that.
From my previous insight check, do I get a sense that she is stronger or more confident or in any way, shape or form like that?
I don't know about confident. Do you feel more confident?
No, gotcha.
They're not confident, but you do sense that there has been a shift in their arcane power. So it seems to be not necessarily darker, but it is different.
Amplified?
Yeah,
subsided?
almost amplified, but it has a different undercurrent. It seems more wicked now. Not necessarily evil, but maybe more spiteful.
I mean,
Scary.
you kind of gave off a scary vibe before, but now it's like scary squared.
Scary squared.
I don't know what that book did to you, but
Scary
definitely did something.
Damn, I need to find me a book like that.
I know, right? Are there any more books in there, A9? We could all use a book right now.
Nothing that I can see.
Aw, man.
I'm still kind of like upset over the happenings of the battle. My embarrassment to myself. So I'm extra upset by the fact that Nadria has found a book.
There was something about the book.
Yeah. A special book, that is. Yeah.
There are still places to search. There's lots of crates. You can search in some cells.
I punch a
you
crate
can-
in anger. Or
Okay.
like upsetness.
near the desk.
Sure. Just a crate.
As you kick the crate, and then lean out to punch it, you feel the wood splinter against your skin. And you can hear a clanging as something metallic hits the stone.
Can I investigate what it was inside the
Roll an investigation check for me.
4?
Looks like a bracelet.
Nice. Can I pick up the bracelet?
Yeah, you can pick
Can
up
I
the
put it on? Can I put the bracelet on?
Is this how you're compensating Dilbert? Jewelry?
I just walked over and started trying on jewelry that I found in a random crate.
As you pick up the bracelet and go to put it on, it's a bracelet.
Awesome. Can I add a bracelet to my inventory?
Yeah, so one thing to note about the bracelet is that it does have what looks to be runes on the bracelet.
Oh, so not for me.
Could be. It's
I
don't
just kind of,
recognize
I
it as-
kind of hold it up on my wrist and go like, "Hey, look at this!"
Can I have a look at it?
You found some fancy
Just like
jewelry.
showing it off to everyone.
Nice.
it's in giant.
How?
Can I see that for a second?
Yeah, sure. I kind of like take it off, but just like hold it dangling.
I'll try to grab it. Oh, actually, no, I'm taller than you.
Yeah, you're taller than
I forget that. I
I
grab out my notebook that I do sort of giant studies in my homework, I guess. And I'll flip through and just compare it and A9.
Yes.
Strange question, but can I look inside you for a quick second?
Can I look inside you?
It's not weird, I promise. Please, it'll be very helpful. Please.
Sorry, I'm still comprehending the question.
When we met you, you were open and you had runes inside you that I think are giant. I didn't get a good look at them before, but maybe there's something inscribed in you that I'm missing.
Alright, just don't touch.
I promise. Scout's honor.
Alright. I'd open up my back.
As you open up your torso cavity, you see the Horrorvox core is just whirring there gently.
Oh! You see, okay, that's where I was getting my studies wrong. These runes were upside down and this one was to the side. Ah. Okay, so then I just kind of go back and forth and just deciphering it, and what does it say?
The bracelet, the runes on the bracelet,
bracelet.
it says "for the worthy" in giant.
For the worthy. Huh. Whatever that means. Here you go.
I catch it and kind of just hold it as far as.
Nothing seems to happen.
And it kind of doesn't
Hang
seem
on.
like it's for me.
How big is this bracelet on me?
Well, it fit me.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Am I worthy?
As you put the bracelet on, it seems to snap into place. The metal kind of clinging to your skin and heating slightly.
Guys,
You
guys,
watch
guys,
as
it's hot, it's
the
hot.
runes begin to crawl up your arm. You can feel the scripture kind of running along.
Guys.
Moving further and further up your arm and then across your body. It's not an unpleasant heat, it's not searing or anything, but it feels hotter than normal.
Did someone turn on the heat or something? It feels 35 degrees in here.
You guys you do all see the
Cool.
runes climbing up.
Can I do a medicine check on
Anyone
that?
got any water?
As the group doctor,
Actually,
I'm like,
roll an Arcana check.
Anyone got any
Arcana
water?
I watching multiple people get cool
Yeah.
items
And
walk
a
off
depressed.
angrily away from the
Can I
group.
just run around in a circle just to try and cool off?
check? I got a 16 on that Arcana check.
16?
Yeah.
This seems like an ancient form of magic that you've only heard of before. It's how some giants would transfer power to their ancestors through using specific runes carved into arcane material. Kind of like the Horrorvox core with the slain.
Like, so, what you're getting powers. You don't have to. You could stop running. See, I guess that means you are worthy, or you're very unworthy and are about to die. I'm unsure of the specifics. But
Am I gonna die? Doc, be serious with me, man. Am I gonna die?
I
mean, it says worthy, so that must mean something positive, right?
I assume so, because it didn't have any reaction to deal with, so henceforth, I would assume you're worthy, but obviously
I'm
I can't
sad
be
that I'm
sure
not
without
worthy.
larger kind of control group, and you'd have to kind of do a few tests on that. I'm very unfamiliar with this kind of magic as well.
I mean, I've studied. I go over my notes and just like looking over it. I'm like, well, I've learned a bit, but I'm not I'm not like an expert in it or anything like that. I know some bits and pieces about giant culture and everything, but I mean, these runes I'm guessing these runes look sort of similar to the ones on my sword.
They do, yeah. And interestingly enough, as these runes still continue to climb across your body, almost encompassing it completely, you watch as the runes multiply and change, and they seem to kind of shift along your body.
Whoa.
And you understand every single rune. It almost seems as if you've learnt what was missing knowledge to you about the language of giant.
Careful, Kruger. Giant magic is poisonous as much as it's powerful.
I don't know, man. I don't know about you, but I can.
How does Juniper know
I
this?
can. I'm not
That's for
lying.
June to
I was
say.
not fluent like 5 minutes ago, and I'll say something in I'll try to say something in giant.
Sure, what would you like to say?
Do you want me to? I know some giant. Like just as a person.
Oh.
Rodvin de Tasna Mauga Mognom.
Oh, you've been waiting like years to say that,
Yeah.
haven't you? D&D?
I
That's
say.
not how giant sounds.
I'll say.
That's not how giant sounds.
I'll say to you. Do you think I'm worthy in giant? How does it sound?
Perfect giant.
Does it, can you approximate a language which it's similar to? Like, is it European or is it more?
Yes.
Okay.
Giant is European. Hell yeah.
Is it guttural? Is giant
What
guttural?
kind
Yeah.
of
How do I
European?
say? How do I
Is it like
sound?
Klingon?
Giant is just Klingon.
Confirmed.
No, I
No.
mean it sounds Slavic.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Whoa. Guys,
Kruger, it seems we have a lot in common. And I'll point to my runes.
what do
And
they
then-
say?
Well,
I can read his chest now.
only some of the runes on the Horrorvox core are in giant.
Oh.
So the ones that you can read, it just seems like scripts for an arcane enchantment to animate a construct.
Words like animate, power. Not all of it's giant. Funnily enough,
Strange.
Is there a
mix.
restart button?
Spanish button.
And with that, I
Spanish button.
Language selection choice. You now speak Vietnamese.
Yeah. No.
Whoa.
Careful, Kruger. That wasn't made for human flesh.
And
Giant things are made for giant flesh.
I look at I like lift up my sleeve and I see that there's like a rune on my wrist and it just says the word grow, and you see that I go from 2'6" to immediate 9'6", because as a bonus action I go from small to large now. So you just see me become a large creature. Like,
That happens.
okay, this is weird.
I am unused to this. Generally, I am one of the smaller members of
Yeah,
any
well-
group. What's the fuck just
Not so
happened?
small now, am I, guys?
Dilbert starts sobbing.
Hey, Dilbert. I lay down my hand to Dilbert. Hey, come on.
I look
Pick 'em
up
up.
with tears in my eyes and I'm just like,
Guys, this is the greatest day of my life. Wow.
Well, from the judgment, there's some pretty cool items around here. Maybe we should check the rest of the crates and chests.
Oh yeah.
I go
Thanks.
hide in one of the cells. You,
Roll an investigation check for me, please.
I'm terrible
I-
at investigating.
I've got some calligraphy
3.
tools on me. I would like to see if I can quickly draw a picture of a dragon. Can I roll a check for that?
Yeah, roll a performance check for me, please.
It's important for what happens next-ish.
Kruger, have you shrunk down back to your regular size?
It only lasts for a minute, so yeah, I would assume like.
Sure. As you return to your regular
Whoa.
size, you notice that the runes that were once crawling across your body have seemed to retract and flow down your arm into the bracelet itself. You feel
Cool.
stronger, and you can feel the whisper of something old, but something that feels right for you.
I got a 16.
16, you drew a pretty good dragon.
Yo, Dilbert, there's stuff over here.
I just kind of like waddle over slowly.
It's on
I
the
got a
desk.
3 in my investigation check of the souls, by the way, so
Okay.
not very good.
Alright. With a 3, you don't see anything of note really in the cell that you chose to walk off to. But you do feel an anger kind of, and an unjust anger. Kind of, your lot is terrible in life, and nobody really understands what it's like to see all of your new friends getting all of this cool stuff, and then you walk over and see
Incel
a
vibes.
relatively well-drawn dragon on the desk.
Yo, what does this mean? I found it on the desk here.
I look at the dragon and I'm like, is this supposed to be like consoling?
Did you see me draw it?
I don't think so.
No, probably not.
I was looking at the ground.
I don't know. I just don't know what it means. You seem like you'd know this sort of stuff.
I just kind of look at the dragon longingly.
Do you want
on
it?
on the desk?
Do you want the picture? It might be useful later.
Sure. I take the picture.
That's really cool.
you take the picture and, kind of feeling dejected, you head back over to the cell that you were just in, and finding a clean spot on the top of a barrel, you sit down and stare at this dragon. And you think back to your unconscious moments where you felt as if you were flying, not on the back of a dragon, but that you were actually the dragon. And you feel a connection begin to form with that memory.
I feel a small moment of happiness and just I start looking at the picture of the dragon with a little bit more like positive, like a more positive attitude towards the image rather than a dejection of the people around me becoming stronger.
Sure. As you begin to focus on that memory, something stands out at you. I'll get you to roll a history check for me, please.
Okay.
It's just the history checks. We're getting the law. Hopefully.
6.
We ain't getting
No
fat
law.
long with that.
So badly.
All the history texts are shit about the session. There's no law.
As you begin to embody that dragon and the kind of lulls you into almost a trance of sorts, you recognize a figure sitting astride a dragon next to you, seemingly similar to the teachings that you learnt at your monastery. They seem to be wearing the same vestments, but you notice a thin silk cord almost wrapped like a sash around their torso with a symbol on it that you can't quite recognize, but it stands out to you as important. And you watch as the figure turns to you. Your time will come. Just you wait. And you are not too sure how or when your time will be, but you think if you have some hope that you might get there eventually.
Feeling a little bit more optimistic with just thinking about the future. Was this like a vision?
This is something that you missed when you were unconscious.
Something I did see when I was unconscious.
But as you were brought back out of it quickly,
Yeah.
and you guys have gone straight into investigating. You didn't necessarily catch it before.
I just, after remembering that, I feel a little bit more optimistic towards my growth as a monk.
All right. Anybody else would like to do anything? Search any cells, anything in particular? Search the desk more?
I plant my sword firmly in the ground and just lie on it. I'm like, okay, I'm tired. Just wake me up when we're moving.
You mentioned there was like some fabric bits that would seem familiar to me. Could I like compare them to like my own bits of fabric and stuff like that and see where I might get the familiarity from?
Sure. They don't seem similar to your own bit of fabric, but it's just kind of at the back of your mind, you think you've seen something similar before.
Was it the cart?
Roll a history check for me. History's for remembering, right? For memory?
Can be.
That's probably more intelligence checks, but
I don't
same
know.
thing.
Honestly, as the DM, it's whatever you
Yeah,
want.
it's whatever you want, really.
Let's see.
You are the DM. You decide.
You can roll either. I'd be happy if you roll either in intelligence or history.
It says your
But,
intelligence check measures your ability to recall lore about historical events and also past disputes. So
Maybe.
Oh, that's a 5 total. Again.
5 total.
Hey, yeah, dog.
Doesn't like
Doing
it.
so well.
You really are not sure. But it definitely, it seems like you remember it from somewhere, but it doesn't seem like it was the cart or your own somebody else on a different plane.
Does it look familiar to June at all?
Roll an intelligence or history check.
Thank you. Let's go intelligence because it's closest. 12.
12? With a 12, you've definitely seen this within the past couple of days, and you think you saw it on somebody at when you guys arrived in Ormerum, but you're not too sure
That looks
who.
super familiar.
I know, I can't.
Is there anyone else who might know what it is? Should we take it with us?
I mean, maybe important evidence for the Magister? I'll just kind of tuck it in one of my pockets.
At this point, can I get up and look around the room to see if there's anything that resembles the chains that I just saw in my little fun
Sure,
time?
roll an investigation check.
A little fun
My
time.
little fun time over in that little
Yeah, I went Alice in Wonderland.
fun
Come
place.
join me in the cell of despair.
It was just sitting sad in the
Welcome
corner.
to Alice in Chains, baby.
I got a nat 1.
Nice.
We dad. Whenever we get that one.
With a nat 1, you don't really see any chains around other than the ones that were pointed out to you by Abelard, who
I pointed out leather cuffs that were cut. I didn't even point out any chains. I don't think I saw any
not
chains.
the chains? Sure. Doesn't look like there's any chains. Kind of weird. This place definitely seems like a creepy dungeon filled with chains.
Can I sitting on the barrel alone, just kind of thinking to myself, can I attempt to breathe fire?
Sure.
Like, can I kind of try and connect to the vision that I had and what I just remembered about it? Because technically I do have that ability, but if
Yeah,
you wanted me
sure.
to make a roll for it or something.
No. Okay, so as you go to
Also remembering from the battle when I was faking it. Just like when you kind of like, when you're like sitting at home and you're like, you just pretend to use the force, like it's like maybe this day,
Pretend to
maybe
use the
today.
What are you talking about? I
Yeah.
still do that.
Yeah, no.
You calling me out right now?
Just like kind of like in the off chance that something happens.
Okay, as you remembering your heartbreak at it not working before during the battle, when you thought it would really make a difference, especially since these oozes appear to be afraid of fire and light, you focus on that memory, that feeling of the connection that you had with that dragon. You remember the calm you felt at the lulling of the massive wings, leathery but graceful as they glide through the air. You feel a familiar heat burning inside you, but this time it feels stronger, more insistent, and like something snaps in you. An immediate trigger. You breathe out a massive plume of fire, it lighting up and kind of crackling before you as the flames flicker across the ooze that's coated within this entire cell.
Does the picture survive?
I was just kind of holding it, and I just kind of looked up at. I don't know if there was like a barrel or something in the cell
It's
I'm in.
concentrated, so
Cool.
it's not
Yeah.
not like a wildfire, but it feels to you like a wildfire. As soon as you kind of splutter and cough at the end of this massive, almost flamethrower, you feel volcanic. You feel like you're on top of the world. You feel like this was what you were meant for. You were destined for more, and you might have just taken a step in the right direction.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Does everyone see this happen?
Oh yeah.
Like I'm assuming it's pretty bright and loud.
Does that come
You
out
just
of
hear
your
the
hand or your mouth or your pretend mouth?
I run back over and just like stand next to Kruger, and then in a direction where there's no one standing, I just do it again.
Sure. Just as bright and impressive as before, you feel the flames kind of lick back against your cheeks. The heat next to you kind of prickles your skin, Kruger. And this plume of smoke and flame.
Mouth open, I'm just like, as I'm breathing the fire.
Why weren't you doing that before?
I clap my head. Is that natural for your people?
I don't think so. I don't know. I almost died and I saw a dragon, but apparently the dragon was me.
He awoke in his inner dragon, guys.
I feel like I
Wow.
should meditate more.
I pull out like my little notepad and like write down some little notes like small dragon creature can become small dragon creature that now breathes fire with like question mark. I'm like
Oh,
my head
right.
sideways.
Nice, dude.
Yeah. I'm excited now because I feel not as left out.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go back and rest now. I'm exhausted.
Alright. Is there anything else you guys would like to do?
Chains, man. Nadru is still going on about chains.
Have we
muttering to
investigated
chains.
all of this room, or have we like missed any parts?
I feel like there's a lot we
There-
I think there's been a lot of
there's a
blood
bit
loss here.
that you can still investigate. There's a couple of cells. You want to roll an investigation check?
I would like to look for some chains.
Roll an investigation check for me.
Thank
Anybody
you.
else? Actually, you know what? Anybody who wants to roll an investigation check for something in particular, you guys roll?
Can I do first before I
Yeah,
do an
just turn my
investigation
laptop.
check, a insight check on Nadria?
Sure. What did you get?
Do you want to wait first, or do you want to do it now?
Just tell me a number.
that
22.
was-
I got a nat 20.
Hell yeah.
Oh, then yeah, I got a 9 to insight.
A 9?
Not 20 on
Um,
investigation.
They're pretty guarded. So
Okay.
they seem
I just wanted to see if I
shaken,
should look for chains.
but they seem shaken, but hard to read.
Yep.
22. You notice that there are chains attached to the torture rack.
Nadria.
There's also some suspended from pointed archways above the cathedral ceilings that kind of look almost like a pulley system, or like there's been a cage or a rack or something suspended from it. With the 22, as you're kind of hunting through the cells and things, looking to find chains, you notice that in one of the darkened corners, right behind a cluster of barrels that are kind of rotten, decaying, falling apart, it seems as
There's
if
turtles in this prison? Yeah.
Barrel?
Barrow is a tortoise on a turtle.
Sorry, I got
I
it
will
wrong.
make a tally.
This is how
How many
Juniper dies.
failed death saves will it be?
You notice that there are more of the scraps of fabric similar to what Abelard found. They seem to be exactly the same material. And it seems almost as if they're in a vest sort of shape. And you can see that near this vest there appears to be a blob of ooze that appears to crawl across the floor. Human shaped, though lacking a head. And it appears to kind of doesn't seem as if it's trying to attack you, it seems as if it's trying to get away from something. Just steadily trying to shift and crawl across the floor.
Away from something in my direction or away from my direction?
It's just crawling, but you don't get the sense that it's attempting to attack you specifically.
Okay. Hello? In Infernal?
No answer.
Nothing? Okay, I would like to touch it.
Okay. You watch as it kind of
Like,
twitches
yeah.
and just seems to just disintegrate into ooze.
Into nothing?
Into just ooze.
Can I
Doesn't seem to be together.
Scoop it up? Is it scoopable, or is it like
it is, but you'd only get a little bit in your hands.
Okay, so like it's not like oobleck. It's more like liquidy
It's more
than
like
that.
the ooze that you'd find just slathering the floor.
Okay.
You also notice that there appears to be another amulet, like the first that you'd found. This one is covered in goo and cracked in the center, but it definitely seems recognizable as the same amulet.
Okay. First chains. Over there. You see the racks?
Mm-hmm.
They've got chains underneath them. They're easy to miss. But yeah, if you look underneath, they'll be there. I don't know what you want chains for. They're
I'm gonna
there.
go to the chains and start seeing if I can break them with like Eldritch Blast or something.
Second court of order. A9 and Abelard. A9, can you look at this? And Abelard, look at the remains. The thing. There's a thing in front of me, and I'm.
You don't see any remains. It's completely gone. It's not a shape anymore.
Oh, not the fabric.
Oh, the fabric
Yeah.
is the same as the fabric that you saw before. It's a vest.
Color of the vest.
Red. It's like a red paisley kind of
Like
vest.
my red?
It doesn't seem like it's not your fabric.
Okay.
It is a fabric that you
It's not your
recognize.
colour.
What color was the
But-
town guard uniform?
The
The guard?
most of them are wearing purple for the Grimwassian Legion.
Similar to Octavius's robes.
I don't know. Why don't you
Mm.
roll
Do
an
the third roll.
intelligence check
I
with
mean-
advantage?
I mean, why?
Someone has to make it.
What are y'all talking about? I mean, it looks like the robes Octavius was wearing. I'm gonna reroll that one. My God. Oh, yeah. Investigation?
No, intelligence.
Intelligence. Oh yeah, 15.
This is Octavius's vest. For
Oh,
sure.
yeah, that's remember how we didn't find his body? What, and his vest is down here? Maybe he came down here and he smuggled all these cool magical items or something, and his vest is now here. So maybe his body's here. Just a thought.
I think that must have been his cart. He must have been smuggling goods from here. Maybe a crate contained one of the oozes and it grabbed him and is trying to, or did bring his body back down here.
I mean, seems most logical. Oh, maybe he was smuggling the oozes out to sell them as like monsters for money or something like that.
You said that was one area we hadn't investigated, and I was investigating that. I got like a nat 20 for the roll, and I was just like,
A nat 20.
I was like,
Guys,
20
what's
minutes
with
ago
the nat
now.
What's
Like,
What's with the nat 20 investigation?
And then
checks?
could we do the amulet? I just don't want to forget it.
Sure. So as everybody kind of splits off into a different direction, there's one, not necessarily a cell. It seems as if the bars on this one have been broken almost completely and just ripped to shreds. So there is some semblance of bars remaining, though it seems as if something huge has smashed through them. almost, snapping it completely off. And you can see within this cell that there appears to be a small cot that has a helmet resting on the bed, and it appears to be covered in similar goo, though it looks almost perfectly polished, and you recognize it as a Grimwassian Legion helmet.
Guess I pick it up. Guys, there's a Legion helmet in here. Inside this cot.
Does it look very banged up? Rusted?
No, it is
ornate?
like pristine condition. Like, this is well-maintained equipment.
Maybe he was using this place to hoard his smuggling goods, and the ooze was just like around, and then he was also using the ooze maybe as like a means to protect himself, and then it backfired. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here because
As you
there's
flip
manifests here
over
about metal and
the
stuff.
helmet, you notice that there is engraved in it initials HA.
Something funny?
Fucking hate you here.
Oh, he just died a little bit inside. HA.
Do I know Harek's last name?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find.
Was Harek the dodgy guard?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What color did you say the amulet was?
It's metallic, so it doesn't have a specific.
Oh, so there's no gem on it.
No, it's not necessarily. It's got a mechanism in it that you used as the key to enter into this.
Okay. So it's another one of the key amulets.
Yeah, so it seems similar to exactly the same, though it is cracked to the one that you found. So it still has the same transmutational properties.
This is yeah, it's the same as the one we used to get in. Is there like any other rooms? Because you said that there's a set. I remember there's like a set of like grandiose double doors in the end. Because it's going to be a tomb, but we haven't really seen the tomb bit yet.
So you don't see any visible exit points. You do see that there are glyphs that now light the back wall of the crypt that were activated when the ooze merged with the wall. So the turquoise runes and scripts that run along the back wall.
Can I investigate those then?
Sure, because you rolled a nat 20. It's written in primordial, and there are 3 specific symbols here, and they each say defend, protect, obey. And you get the sense with your nat 20 that this you get the sense that this might be the cause of whatever was either A, keeping the users at bay, or B, is specifically calling upon them to protect this area.
So there's no other kind of doorways or anything around that might lead into the
Not
actual tomb
necessarily.
bit?
Looking at this triangular kind of formation of the sigils on the wall, it's possible that you might be able to activate it. It looks almost as if the amulets, the opening that you had used as a kind of lock for the first amulet to get into the crypt seems as if it might work here.
Cool. Do we need both amulets for it or just the one?
It seems like there's only one.
Cool. Do you have the? Did I have the amulet?
I don't think you guys took it. It's
A9
still
had
in-
the
Because we had 2 amulets. 'Cause
So
I-
the first one is still in the wall. You guys
Oh,
didn't take
yeah,
it
and
with
then
you.
the door closed behind
This
us.
one is the second one there.
A9 has the other one.
Can you want to try open or rub the wall with the amulet again?
Can I investigate the amulet first?
Yeah,
or
roll an investigation check for me.
can I do a history check on the crypt or the ooze or Octavius or anything that I might know about?
24.
Yeah, sure. Roll a
Just
a
a
general,
general history
check.
check to see if I know anything that these guys didn't
Gilbert
know.
wants to know.
Would I also be able to do a check on battle axe? So that was
What did you get?
I got a 7.
24.
I got
Nice.
a 7.
So
nothing.
the amulet-
Nothing interesting.
it doesn't seem as it seems as if the actual transmutational properties of this amulet that somebody might have used to transform into something else has been completely destroyed, given the crack in the center. But you do see the mechanism that was used or activated for the key aspect of it appears to still be functioning and just whirring slightly.
I think this might be our key out of here.
Did we say transmutation?
School of Transmutation, I think, yeah.
But like someone used to try and change themselves into something else? With the destroyed cloak on the ground, covered in ooze, and those ooze that all looks vaguely human-like.
Two doors actually Octavius.
Are there
June?
ooze people?
June, are you saying that Octavius turned people into ooze?
Oh, I guess that as well. I just thought about Octavius. I wasn't thinking that far ahead. But yeah, I guess he could probably do it more than once.
Why? That's evil. Why would you want to be an ooze? It doesn't seem like a fun life.
Bro,
Did
you
you
want to
get
be a
any history?
giant.
7.
Giants are cool.
Oozes are cooler.
Did you not see me go to 9th foot?
Did you not hear your bones?
With a 7 for your general history,
Mm.
you notice that the specific there's a battle axe symbol that lines a lot of the walls of this crypt that you can still see kind of embossed on cornerstones and sometimes on the tomb, not the tomb doors, sorry, the doors for almost like morgue doors that you assume cover decaying bodies that kind of line some of the walls here. You seem to recall that it relates to the deity of madness, though you don't remember the name.
Can I do a religion check?
Yes, you can.
21. Thank God. I actually got a good roll.
You
I haven't rolled well the entire fucking session. I know.
with your 21,
Mm.
you know that the goddess of madness is known as Ontasia, the goddess of control, conquest, and madness. And you also know that Ontasia is a member of the Nameless Few, and was heavily linked with Zolgar as being as granting Zolgar favor with the wars that he fought and attempted to kind of wipe out specific swaths of the population in order to fulfill a prejudiced
Was it goddess?
goddess, yeah.
What's the name?
Ontasia, Ontocear.
Onto.
Cear.
Goddess of madness,
Control and conquest.
control and conquest, and liked or favored Zolgar.
Yes.
Okay.
There were rumors that when Zolgar was promoted to being a minor deity, that it was thanks to Ontasia driving other deities mad and creating a specific division within the pantheon. Also a member of the Nameless Few.
Is it possible that Octavius is trying to become a god?
Wait. So now there's gods involved now?
Oh yeah,
man.
I mean, like, all this talk of Zolgar and now,
Okay, that's
like,
valid.
like all these other deities and the Nameless Few.
Rolling
I don't know. It kind of seems a little bit weird to me.
Maybe he pissed off his god and then changed them all into oozes.
Can we please see if the amulet works on the
18.
wall now?
Sorry, sorry, I went a bit off track there, but
Okay, so Nadria, as you head towards these chains, with your 18, you notice that the chains that are kind of coiled and wrapped around this torture rack and suspended from the ceiling don't initially appear to be anything other than regular chains. I'll get you to roll an Arcana check as well, but you don't notice any specific inscriptions on them, and it doesn't seem to have an aura that surrounds it that seems magical.
Is a 6 for Arcana.
6?
So
They look a lot like regular chains to you, but you probably need to confirm with your patron whether that's what you're looking for.
yeah, I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm just vibing. I'm kind of in a panic state right now. I'm kind of stressed out a little bit.
Are there any other rolls or checks you'd
yeah,
like to do?
I definitely want to like be muttering stuff. Like, what am I looking for? As if like I'm trying to like hide it away from everyone else because I'm off by myself, looking at chains.
As you stare at this pile of chains, you feel that same voice curl around. It's almost affectionate as it speaks to you, though it still has that kind of undercurrent of just not evil, but definitely pretty wicked, pretty bad. Now, I don't know if you're doing this to just mess with me, but this is not exactly what I had in mind when I said, break my chains. This is a regular chain. I was kind of hoping for something a little bit more highbrow. You really expect me to be bound with a metal chain?
Look, man. I'm a little tiny bit on edge right now. If you
Why on earth would you be on edge?
a lot just happened in like the last little amount of time, and I'm just.
Is it because of my riddles? You didn't like my riddles?
Why would you give me riddles? What is the point of that? Just tell me.
I'm the god of trickery. Doesn't it make sense that I would do something like a riddle?
God of assholes. Oh my god.
You just call me an asshole. You know, that's not exactly the way to repay somebody who just gave you powers. Do remember that I can take them away. So I would watch what you say.
Alright, well. I could probably say stuff a bit nicer if you stopped giving me riddles and helped me find stuff.
Well, where's the fun in that?
Exactly.
Well, it's definitely fun for me.
Is she talking? Are they talking out loud to themselves again?
Yeah.
Do you want to stop babbling? And can we just please have a nap? I'm so exhausted.
We can sleep when we leave this place. Let us investigate what is behind this wall first.
But what if there's more fighting beyond the wall?
I doubt there is more fighting. It's meant
I
to be a
don't
place for crypt. We've dealt with the guards of the crypt. I imagine now it is a place of rest. So if we go in there, just don't desecrate the grave.
Man, I don't know about you, but me and May here we're like about this close from falling asleep right now. So
I too am very tired, but let us finish what we were sent down here to do. Then we can take a break upstairs where it is safe.
I second that.
I agree.
but everything hurts.
Shouldn't have become big. That's giant magic.
That's not from magic. It's from getting
Can-
beaten up by an
Can I
ooze.
drag
dude.
A9 to the wall basically
Says
and
the
just
guy.
shove the amulet in the hole at this point?
Oh, it
Small is the
Walk
goal, size is the
willingly.
prize.
Small is the goal and size is the prize. Don't forget to take whey protein.
This is
and go to the
Creatine?
gym.
this is especially true for Kruger.
Yes.
How did you know my secret addiction, man?
As you drag A9 closer to the wall, the amulet, same as before, kind of pulls out in front of you, hovering slightly and dragging you closer itself to the lock mechanism, and you watch as the same whirring occurs and it kind of clicks into place. This time, however, the discs that are kind of just rotating themselves counterclockwise continue to rotate, though it is quicker. And you watch as, with a bright flash of turquoise, the glyphs that line the wall glow for a second and then dim again as stone begins to and separate and open up into different sides as a doorway is created, and you see a corridor before you. It doesn't seem to be covered in ooze.
What's in?
Let's take the amulet this time if we can.
Mm,
Cool.
that's actually really smart. All right, get up. Hang on. Wait, one more thing. Let me see if there's any like. Let's see if Octavius like took some like sweet pieces, like some armor or something. You know. Is there any mentions of armor in the manifests that I had before? Anything like that?
Roll another investigation check for me, this time with advantage.
Okay.
I've also got a thing to ask after this.
12.
12. With a 12, you can see that there are several entries from Runalorn that appear to be just under the label armaments. So, could be armor,
Okay.
could be weapons. Who knows?
The box I broke open before had other stuff other than the bracelet in it. I don't know if you want to check in that pile.
Oh, why didn't you say something,
Well,
man?
I didn't think it was useful.
Does anyone have a backpack I could borrow? A sack, a container? Do you have a backpack I can currently borrow? Anyone? Going once?
Didn't take back.
Is there any backpacks around the room? Any like bowls even? A copper bowl? Not
Roll
a
an
copper bowl, but I
investigation
will.
check for me, please.
I will.
I mean, I have my backpack
Are you
on me.
rejoining the rest of them after you finish looking at the chain, or is there anything else you'd like to do?
Nice.
I think because of the flashlight, I like completely got distracted. Turn around. Also started muttering things to Kruger because Kruger told me he wants to go to sleep. I literally do not care that you want to go to sleep.
I'm up now. I'm up. Man, it's like so late. It's like so late.
17.
17? Yeah, there's an old, kind of gross, moldy leather backpack. Looks like it's on its last legs, but you could use it.
I want to scoop the slime that was a person but is no longer a person into it.
You trying to make
Okay.
Tudor Mordor?
And that one does not simply walk.
Mortal.
Yeah, and then I want to take it with.
So you got Kruger's
just
backpack?
goo.
No, this is a backpack I found on just
Okay, good.
amongst it,
Oh, okay.
among us.
I
You
was like,
have
did you
a backpack filled with goo.
Thanks. Well, this is my second backpack.
The other one.
Fucking
upstairs,
hell.
yeah.
This one is literally just like liquid.
Cool.
It's not.
Does
Is
it
it,
like
is it like
hasn't
is it
clumped
like
together and
seeping
congealed.
through the backpack?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna stay.
June, leave the goo behind.
No. Just let them be. I'm gonna have one quick look to see if there's any like armor that like may fit me or.
Can
any
I
of us.
also help look in the same
Yes.
pile?
Sure.
Bash the crate open like. All right, what do we got?
You can both roll an investigation check, or one can roll with advantage.
Well,
I
I think
have a
we
0.
both have a 0, so. Ooh, I got a 16.
Oh, I got an 8.
A 16. There's several different armor pieces that you could kind of cobble together. Most of them appear to be leather or studded leather, so it doesn't seem like there's anything.
Like a
Yeah.
chest piece or anything?
Yeah, you can do a chest piece.
Well,
you can probably
nah.
get together a full, well, like I would say a full
Set of armor?
Studded leather.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
I don't
No.
use armor, so.
My stuff's better. I got it handmade for me personally. You know, custom fit.
Kind of just
Anybody
like.
want some crappy studded leather? Anyone?
Oh, I could take it.
Sure.
Alright.
A9?
A9, you're literally in like boiler robes. Do you want something more protective?
Is there a
Would
second?
not be against it.
Is there a
Yeah.
second set?
I'd say there's probably two sets. One is worse off than the other, but
I'll give you the good set.
Does it
Because you
Out of
literally have
favour.
nothing.
So
Yeah.
one leather, one studded leather, you'd say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Do
gotta
you
protect
have
yourself.
Oh,
armor
I've got
currently?
leather armor. I was like,
Okay.
studded leather's like a
Okay.
1 improvement.
Yeah.
You gotta protect yourself, man. Like I don't imagine as fashionable as it is, I don't imagine blue boiler robes are doing much for you. Am I right in saying that?
Isn't your AC like 12 or something?
10.
10. Yeah, you need the armor.
I give you the studded leather.
Thank you.
Please look after yourself. We don't. No more going down. All right. Can we all agree on that?
Something I can't promise.
I kind of want to see myself as a dragon again, so I can't promise anything.
I don't want to do that again.
Yeah. I mean, all right. How about this? No more nearly dying. If we go into trances or meditation or some other crazy things like that, that's fine, I guess.
You want to be an adventurer, right?
Does Dilbert get into chroming to see dragons?
It's my
my
dream of doing, Jim.
You know
Yeah.
what chroming is? Isn't the one where you just inhale like deodorant?
I'm new to
think
this.
so.
I'm trying, man.
No,
No,
Dilbert
Dilbert
definitely,
becomes a druggo, like all the drugs.
definitely is like sniffing markers. Like huffing paint.
Those roller
He's just
clues
got
you
the
had in
ink
primary
bottle.
Every time Dilbert breathes fire, it's not some magical new ability Dilbert's getting. It's like the chemicals coming out of the throat.
From eating glue.
It's me spraying deodorant and lighting it on fire.
Yeah, it's like a fun thought, yep.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else anybody would like to do?
What did they do with the glass thing with the brass on the end? What did they do?
We're just carrying it currently.
Assume A9 still has it.
Sounds about right to me.
Have you written it added to your inventory?
They just like carrying it.
Fragile.
What's it called? Do we know what it's called yet?
No, I don't think we're gonna know.
Roll a history check or an arcana check for me, please. Actually, history.
And they're both the same, so it doesn't matter. 13.
13? It's not really striking you as anything in particular. You're not as experienced as maybe A9 is or Abelard in extra planar travel, so you think
Did they know what it's called?
of
We
it-
didn't know the
No.
name, but we knew its purpose.
Okay.
yeah, so specifically for name purposes, you might think that it starts with a Z, but you don't know anything beyond that really.
A Zolgar tube.
Zolgar.
I
Zolgar's
changed my
magic
mind.
tube.
Starts with a G.
Zolgar bong, guys.
I'm gonna write down Zolgar's magic tube.
My brother once told me about magic tubes. He said not to go anywhere near them. But there's always weird vapors coming out of his room. I didn't go in. He always yelled.
Anyway. Alright then, shall we investigate the corridor?
Yes.
Alright. Let's do it.
Are we taking a break anytime soon?
Yes,
or are we
in a
just
second.
gonna keep going?
In a second we will.
Okay.
Unless do you want to take a break now? or?
I was just asking. Just curious.
Yes, we are. Alright, so as you guys begin to exit this corridor, it's very similar to the corridor that you had previously gone through, although this one seems to have signs of wear and no signs of goo. So you can see the same pillars and stoneworks, and it's much clearer and easier to read the script that is lining the walls. In Elvish, you guys pick up again the words Zolgar, Crypt, the phrase "the king will rise again," and "don't fall to madness." But this, as a whole, seems to be a shorter corridor than the one that you had first entered down, and you can see that there are stairs at the end.
I just put my hand up like we're at school. Is the Don't Fall to Madness, is that playing on Don't Fall to the God of Madness?
You would assume so, yes.
Okay.
I'm assuming whoever can read Elvish is just
I can't,
reciting.
but
Yes,
Okay,
I can
cool.
read Elvish.
Maylin can read it. So
Yeah.
Malin's reciting the Elvish. Cool.
yes,
Do the stairs go up or down?
they go up.
Okay.
That's good news.
That's
Are these the
actually
stairs we
quite
took down or no?
Doesn't seem the same.
Okay.
There's no visible signs of the ooze that had coated the ones that you came down.
Well, I guess this will head to the surface, so that's way out maybe?
Is there anything interesting in this room?
You
Everyone
can cross your
investigation check for
toes?
me, please.
You can cross your toes?
16.
Write that one
16?
down. Half.
You can see that there is a small opening in one of the bricks that line, like one of the stone bricks that line this.
Is it a
This
thin
corridor.
corridor?
It is a relatively thin corridor. It seems like there's only one or two people could fit, but they'd be squished. So
Can I kind of like drop to the ground and look along the floor to see if there's any traps?
sure. With your 16, you don't notice any traps necessarily, but you do see signs of wear that appear to be as if something heavy has been dragged along this corridor several times.
Hey guys, I think we should watch out, or I don't know, be cautious that we don't get squished in between something and this wall. I don't know, just like maybe have a look at the ground. There seems like something's being dragged across here.
What kind of shape are the drag marks? Are they sharp? Are they pretty?
They are sharp. So it looks... They look like they're in parallel lines. In perpendicular lines.
From wall to wall or long way?
It's
Long ways.
lengthways along the corridor.
So like wheels.
Maybe.
Can I do an investigation check and see if
Sure.
they like kind of match up
To
with
see if it's
wagon
wheels,
wheels?
yeah.
Yeah. Is it wheel?
Are the wagon wheels wooden? Were they?
Who knows?
Well, I mean,
We're rolling for wheel check.
17 on the wheel check.
17. They don't look. They don't necessarily look like wheels. You think it might be a box.
A box.
A box might have been dragged across the floor.
Like
Can I roll a
crates that
box
were.
but I have dark vision, by the way. Is there a box in the distance of the
No.
hallway?
Is it like the crates that were
There
inside
is
the room?
there's an opening
Okay.
that looks as if you could put something through it in the wall.
What kind of shape?
Oh, I'm so tempted to stick my hand in
looks
it.
like a it looks like a mail slot.
Mail slot. Oh, mail.
Dirty mind, James. What the fuck?
M-A-I-L. Mail slot.
Glad we've got that clear.
Ah yes, I love mail slots.
Which mail slot are you referring to, James?
Can I put the picture of the dragon in? No, I'm joking. I don't want to. I don't want to
Okay.
lose that.
Paper or
I'm adding
anything
that to my
hint
inventory.
that I could put in this slot around? Anything that would fit?
Nothing that you see around the area, but if you have any paper or parchment or anything. you
Actually, I
can-
probably have my old outfit. At least. I
Sure.
guess.
It would fit, but it would be a squeeze.
I'll tear a piece off
Sure.
and illuminate it with my magical tinkering and put it in the slot and see if I can see anything.
Sure. As you lean down to put this fabric through, you notice that it seems as if this gap is big enough that you could fit your hand in, and it looks like there's almost a hook or an impression of some sort so that you could slide the brick below it out.
I'll do exactly that.
Sure.
Fingers
As
get cut off.
you as you pull this brick out, it's relatively heavy. It's a large, roughly hewn stone brick. It's easy enough to manage, and you can it shifts slightly as you kind of attempt to pull it out, and you watch as behind it there appears to be a stack of documents, on top of which there is a leather pouch of some sort.
What do the documents say? Can I give them a bit of a read?
Sure. It appears that they're correspondence letters, which I didn't bring with me today, but I did type them up.
Can I check the pouch? whilst James is doing that. So like,
Sure. So the pouch is filled with 20 platinum.
I should have checked it.
They're letters of correspondence between Harrick and Octavius. I will send you, when I get home, the letters. Essentially, they're just outlining smuggling and trade routes, and they point mostly to Runalorm.
It seems Octavius and Harrick
Harrick, yeah.
were in correspondence, perhaps in business together.
we
It
should-
would make sense given we're immediately beneath the.
We should take this to the judge immediately. Let's finish this Chronicle off and head upstairs.
It doesn't seem that you notice anything else, but it looks as if this correspondence has been going for quite a while. Probably about 3 months or so.
And
Um,
what town was it that?
Runalorm, so RUNNEL ORM.
R-U-N
Double N
double N.
EL ORM.
Okay, so Runalorm.
Runalorm, yeah.
How much are you all sharing, knowledge-wise?
I assume all of it.
It's up to you guys.
I
Um,
invoiced the letters were.
Oh. Runalorm sucks. It's not too bad. It's nice. It's a nice place. The people there, they're not so great. We should just be ready for that. That's all.
Another thing that stands out to you is that they appear to be referring to something called a Zushtar.
I just like the name.
What was the other? Was that? Oh. Ah.
It's what's
So-
his name's tube.
Zolgar's
Oh, the
magic tube.
Zushtar! It's the Zushtar tube.
Zushtar tube.
Zushtar's magic tube.
How
How do you spell Zushtar? Is it how it's said?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
ZUSHTAR.
Yeah.
Zushtar.
Okay.
Would that?
Yeah, it's not really a very imposing name. Like, as
No.
soon as I said it out loud, I was like, oh shit, maybe I should have changed it.
No, I like
This
Zushtar.
is
like
the
it.
death conductor.
Is that what it is? Is it just? I thought it was for transport.
It's the plain out transfer, right?
Who
Right.
knows? Yeah, it is. Who knows? I mean, you guys know that it's used for extraplanar transport. I think you guys rolled really high on your checks.
Yeah,
So
we got
you would
20.
know that it's frowned upon to use it because A, it's very hard to create because you need specific materials. You also need somebody who is able to enchant it. So it's much more common during the procession of metal than it is now because a lot of those skills died out with a lot of the mages that were caught in the crossfire with the Cardinal Triad. But for the most part, people are generally afraid of extra planar transport. It's something that's not really well researched or shared with the public. So most people have the impression that it's dangerous to use something like this, and there are specific limitations to using a Zushtar.
Who's carrying it? Alright.
A9 is carrying it
Can I
apparently.
request it
Sure.
from him? I might be able to find a way home with it. May I just take that? Thank you.
Does it stop moving when I hand it to Abelard? Or is it
No.
still- it's
So
still
it
going?
stops if you're not holding the end. It stops expanding and contracting like it's breathing, but the double helix never stops wearing.
Do we know how like you might calibrate it or something?
Roll another Arcana check for me to see if you know how to calibrate this device.
Or like even like to figure out where it's currently calibrated to.
So you're looking for a way back to the Grim Plane.
Yeah, I
How-
didn't mean to. I didn't. I was taken from there.
By whom?
I do not know. Would I get advantage with all the stuff we found out about the spectral plane and stuff from there?
Sure.
So the first roll's a 19. Cool. Second roll, also a 19.
Well,
Hmm.
with a 19, you. Your question was, do you know how to calibrate it, and where is it calibrated to?
Yeah.
It's not very well shared as to whether or not you know how to calibrate it. So this magic seems beyond you to reanimate it or to at least calibrate it yourself. Though you have heard it said that with the correct inscriptions being made upon the helix itself, that it might be possible to, even if it is calibrated to a different place, unfortunately you can't read the language, but you do get the impression that with your knowledge of Primordial, you get the impression that this is much more, although it is angular, it is also based kind of in emotion and feeling. And there's no direct translation for it, but you get the sense that this is a place of darkness, sorrow, and evil that it's calibrated to. Though you're not sure what specifically it's called. You know that it is possible sometimes to, with the right skills, to recalibrate it after it's already been made.
Okay, cool. We should be careful with this. This is calibrated to a bad place. I'm not sure where it is, but it has darkness, it has sorrow, it has evil.
It's not turned on, right? It's not going to magically just poof. It's an evil place.
I do not believe so. However, to keep it safe, I suggest we just avoid touching it, and I'll like slide it. Do you want it back in?
Wrap it up in my shirt.
Is that stable?
Should be fine.
What if it? Can I do an Arcana check to see if it smashed? What would happen?
Sure.
Would I have any idea? I mean, I suppose
Who
we're about to
knows?
find out.
Yeah.
A 7.
A 7? You think that smashing it might be a bad idea, but you're kind of interested. Who knows?
I'm assuming I've kind of taken a step back from when I was looking at the things on the floor while these guys are investigating all this shit. I kind of just look at the tube with like a bit of a daydream. I mean, it could be interesting.
This might send us somewhere bad.
Or,
I mean,
here's an alternative thing. It is a magical item with a lot of concentrated magic inside of it. If we break it, that magic has to go somewhere.
I kind of
Which
like
could be
force myself.
outwards in an explosion.
I force myself into not wanting to smash it.
Okay. I suggest we take the staircase upwards. We find out where it goes to, and then we head back to town along the surface, and take this to see. Is the title Magister? My notes.
I agree. I want to
Arbiter.
get out of this
And
crypt.
take it to the Arbiter.
I want to get out of here. This place is scary.
I'll like stop running to catch up with Kruger.
I feel like this item is far too valuable to risk losing.
No, we don't leave it here. We take it with us, and we take it to the Arbiter.
How can we trust that they won't take it from us?
It is better in the hands of the proper authorities than it is in ours. I have no idea how to calibrate it, and I do not particularly wish to be accidentally transported again.
I think you're placing too much trust in the authorities.
Preaching to the choir. Trust me, where I'm from, there are a lot of good cops, but there's also some bad ones. You don't know which one's which.
We definitely don't want Harriet getting his hands on this because he clearly.
We're not giving it to Harrick. We're giving it to the Arbiters, the one we trust.
But what if the Arbiter gives it to someone who is bad and is going to use the Zushta thing to make evil, explode upon the world? We know what it is. We know we're not going to use it. So we just onto it. Then we find some powerful wizard or something.
If we need to give it as evidence, perhaps then we can.
Okay, we keep it. I guess we keep it hush hush then, until we need to give it as evidence. Unless we need to give it as evidence to clear our names. But until then, we've got enough evidence here to at least heavily implicate Harrick and Octavius. Let's head up. Let's get back to town then.
Sure. As you guys ascend the stairs, They are shallow and very similar to the ones that you had descended on the opposite side of the tomb. The same phrases are carved into the stone as you go past. And at the very top you see that there is a similar shape to the there's a similar shape to the lock that existed both on the outside to permit you entry into the crypt, as well as on the actual door itself. And you can feel your amulet tugging as it attempts to fit itself into the lock mechanism. Do you allow it to open the door?
Yeah.
Sure. So immediately it performs the same action and kind of tugs you forward, slotting itself into place and clicking as it shifts. And kind of the arms spread outwards and it pulls a lock mechanism out and shifts it again, and the doors again grind open, and you see that you are a little bit beyond the prison, almost you're level now with the ground, though you don't see a visible opening. It seems almost like this one was a hatch that opened above you.
Wait, so where are we?
So if you ascend to the top, hang on, I don't think I explained that very well. So as you begin to approach, the lock mechanism is above you.
Okay.
So it begins to pull apart the stone, and you can ascend further. There are stairs beyond where it opens, and it'll take you to ground level, probably about 30 or so feet from the tower. Actually, not 30. It would be 60 or 70.
From the prison tower we descended from. Well, let's go
Onwards and
talk to
upwards.
the Arbiter, I guess.
And that is where we're going to take a quick break. So bear with us, after which we are going to head to the Arbiter, and our party will resolve any questions that they have for the authorities now. So yeah, we will see you in a bit. Please stay with us. Yeah, probably about like 10 minutes or so, who knows. We'll see you when we see you. Hello, welcome back. Where last we left off, our party had just exited the tomb, the Crypt of Zolgar, after a lengthy investigation to see what secrets the crypt itself held. And now you're heading to the Arbiter for the sake of just moving things along. I'm going to say that you guys are ascending the stairs within the prison itself.
Mm-hmm.
Outside, you do notice that there are several people who are now kind of cautiously exiting their homes, although it still seems quiet and people are fearful. But it seems as you enter the prison itself that most of the ooze and the goo that was kind of slathered along the stairs and up the wall, you can see, is most of it's gone. And as you actually ascend the stairs, you can see a group of young halflings are kind of scrubbing furiously at the walls and the floors, attempting to clean up from the aftermath of the horrors that occurred earlier this evening. You don't see any other guards at the moment on the lower levels, but as you ascend the stairs, you notice that the blood that was smeared along the wall and the goo that was kind of splattered everywhere has been mostly taken away, though the halflings are obviously attempting to clean as much as they can still. At the top of the stairs, instead of groups of people cleaning, you do notice that the colossal form of Olyar is pacing across the landing. Draped in his formal robes and wearing a troubled frown on his brow, he turns to face you as Busby stands behind him on the landing, bracketing the door in full plate armor with a glaive held in a white-knuckled grip by his side, eyes forward. Doesn't seem to acknowledge you, seems to just be focused ahead of himself.
Busby, are you doing alright? I did patch you up, but I just need to do a quick checkup to make sure you're not, infected wounds, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I'm alright.
I did suggest maybe, if another guard is around that might be able to take your place. I don't think plate mail is suggestible due to the scarring that you had. It was quite bad.
Oh well, I've been asked specifically by the Rosita-san to, just man the fort, hold the door down and all that, because we've got some pretty important visitors in there, or I guess coming later, maybe. I've heard from Olya, but she wanted her most trustworthy defender and warrior on the door, so that's what I'm doing.
Okay. I mean, I guess orders are orders.
I want to nudge Abelard. 2-door.
Oh, right. The slime bag inside office.
Oh yeah, I put it inside it's in the office. The Rosita-san said she'd look after it while I went back to work.
Oh, okay. Can we go in and talk to her or no?
Yeah, and Busby kind of goes to knock on the door, but you watch as Olya steps forward. I'm glad to see that you're all in one piece.
We are mostly in one piece. We are very injured.
Well, before you go in to speak with the Rosito-san, you should know that when they contacted the Grimwassian Legion, they did not send their most upstanding individual. The man that you're about to meet in there is, well, I suppose, one of the primary candidates in most of our investigations at the Inquisition. He kind of drops his voice, so there's no possibility of overhearing it. So I implore you to be careful with what you say and do. I do not think it wise to get on his bad side. At least so early into whatever your involvement in this world may be now.
Maybe we should wait until he leaves then.
I don't think that is an option. I believe he is waiting to speak to you all, specifically.
Ah, okay then.
Great.
I say in my breath, like all under my breath in giant, unconsciously, like, The Grimwassian Legion. This is going to be very interesting.
Can I do a history check on the Grimwassian Legion?
Sure.
I don't think I was here for that if anyone's done it
No,
previously.
No, I don't think you would.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Cool.
Let me get up my
This is good.
my notes.
Cool. I'm going to start a whole new page for this one.
Oh.
How do you
let me-
spell that?
GRIMOISIAN. Give me a second. I did not prepare this document. Alright. So, following the ratification of the Kaindar Accords, an independent organization known as the Grimwassian Legion emerged and seized power.
Ratification of the what accord?
Kaindar Accords, CAINDAR. With a nat 20, you know that the Kaindar Accords were put in place after the Hexen War, which was fought across all 6 continents and 6 kingdoms, and caused a lot of splintering and division between not only the continents with each other, but also caused a lot of internal conflict that eventually led to the establishment of the Cardinal Triad, and the kind of general dislike that a lot of other continents have for the Cardinal Triad.
So these accords were ratified. Why? Would I know that?
Yes, with a natural 20, I mean, you could reasonably assume that the Kaindar Accords was... Actually, I'll get up my document on the Kaindar Accords and I'll go through it for you. Everyone wants law.
We do want that law, though.
My apologies, bear with me while I sort through my 50,000 documents.
Only 50,000?
Yep, only 50,000.
Wow, ungrateful?
No. Just knowing Holly.
It's never enough. It's
Okay.
never enough.
Knowing
is it?
Holly, I would have
So the Cardinal, the Kaindar Accords stipulated that in order to maintain peace and avert more bloodshed that was seen in the events of the Hexen War, the kingdoms themselves were to unite under one monarch and form one kingdom.
All the continents?
Kingdoms within
Okay,
there were 2 on Wyladium,
Mhm.
so that was what you would know is the Kingdom of Acheron and the Alionian dynasty. But the 6 kingdoms that people knew about, that were kind of within contact with each other, were supposed to unite under one monarch and form one kingdom. Though this didn't ever eventuate into anything, because a lot of the monarchs couldn't agree on certain rules, and the nature of what they were attempting to do was impossible based on the various people that were previously used to having power and then wouldn't. So it caused issues in the long run that eventually led to slaughters of kings and internal and external division, and created an environment necessary for the development of the Grimwassian Legion.
So essentially the Kaindar Accords never worked.
No, so they were in place for 2 years.
Okay.
And they were attempting to regulate magic usage, as well as kind of the laws and the processes of all of the kingdoms. But it never really worked out because of greed, because of the amount of people that had magic and were used to using it freely and could no longer use it.
Okay, so back to the Grimwassian Legion.
Yeah. So
Fine.
in that case, a new independent organization known as the Grimwassian Legion emerged as a way of compensating for this age of brutality and terror that characterized the Hexen War. So essentially, the Kandar Accords established the necessity for an organization that was able to provide balance in the realm and challenge the authority of ruling classes and individuals. So even though uniting it under one kingdom didn't necessarily work, the Kandar Accords eventually made it so that they needed a check and a balance for rulers, and that independent organization of individuals became known as the Grimwassian Legion. Let me just see. So, yeah, in response to the Hexen War fought between the 6 kingdoms over 6 continents, and catalyzed by the death of the late Archmage Aloysius Caspar on his coronation day during the Hexen War, the Grimwassian Legion replaced the previous system of magical authority within Cthulhu.
So these guys control the use of magic.
Yes, so essentially the Grimwassian Legion it's an advisor to kings and queens alike, as well as a kind of, it's supposed to be an impartial, primarily scholarly and advisory council. Though now instead it kind of diverts the power among several different factions to ensure fair counsel, so no one person has power within the Legion. It's kind of several different groups, and they have a spokesperson.
Would we know who is the leader of the Grimwassian Legion at this point in time?
So there's not a specific leader. There are different tiers to the Grimwassian Legion. So you have the seers, who are kind of they're mages that are a little bit above regular wizards or wise fellows. But above them, you also have the kind of the top rung is known as the Soul Seers. And then you have just the regular Souls. So
How is that spelled?
So Seer is spelled S-Y-R. So
Yeah.
that's your bottom rung. And then above that you have the Soul Seers, S-U-U-L-S-Y-R. And then you have the Souls above them, which is just S-U-U-L. And there are 5 Souls. Though you're not sure how many Soul Seers there are. You know that it's more exclusive than the Seers.
So the Soul Seers are above the Souls, right? Or is it the other way around?
Other way around. So
Okay.
the Souls are the top.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Soul Seer,
Yeah.
then Seer.
And where would the Arbiters sit in that kind of ranking?
The Arbiters are generally below the Seers. Actually, they're kind of a different subsection.
Okay.
So they're given various different roles. The Arbiters are usually to dispense the justice of both the kingdom that they work for and the Grimwassian Legion. So they provide a balanced kind of approach to administering these laws. So the Rosita Sun is an Arbiter. There are different levels of Arbiters, obviously, but it depends on how big the city is that they're ruling over, what their specific focus is, that sort of thing. Though they are affiliated with the Grimwassian Legion. The aforementioned Legion, though it is initially intended to be impartial, is currently divided into 9 sectors that each have specific goals and specializations, and are designed to assist in keeping the peace and advising on complex issues that require more of an expert counsel.
So the thing that was originally in place to prevent corruption is now corrupt in and of itself.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Facts.
As some of the most prominent individuals in their respective fields, and often well respected, the collective power of the Grimwassian Legion is immense, and it's surpassed the affluence and ability of much of the nobility, aristocrats, and kind of monarchs of the realm. Though eventually this this immensity of their power ensured that they were able to maneuver pieces and satisfy their own personal interests within the political landscape. So they kind of are the puppet masters in some senses. It's kind of it's inevitable, I think, that you guys would assume, because of their immense power and how closely they are tied with politics, they generate a lot of enemies, mostly the common people. There are some that are pure of heart and intention and join the Grimwassian Legion to do good and to attempt to be impartial and to advocate for commoners and people who are learning magic but not experts in their fields. And there are, people that are loyal to the order and the pursuit of knowledge. So it's not all corrupt, though they do generally have a reputation for being able to strong-arm situations and maneuver pawns on a chessboard.
Would there be any notable or recognizable members of the Grimwassian Legion from where I'm from? Since my parents have some sort of status from where they're from.
You would have heard, there's several names that you would have heard. You probably would have heard you probably would have heard the name Oscar Albright. He is considered a Soul. There's also Thelonious Shakar, who is a Soul in that region as well.
I like that name, Thelonious. How do you spell Thelonious, sorry?
Thelonius.
O-N.
I-U-S.
I-U-S, thank you.
No worries.
And they're also a Soul, or Thelonious?
Yes, so they're a Soul Seer.
A Soul Seer, thank you.
Yeah, in the region.
Would there be any specific instances of contact between the material plane, like the Grimwassian Legion, and the authorities within Rothio?
There might be. There is a sector that's kind of dedicated to handling extraplanar transport and travel and kind of communication between different dimensions and planes.
Hide the
But but you wouldn't necessarily know.
Yeah,
them.
Abelard might not, but just kind of general. Like, I imagine there'll be rumors of planar travelers or whatever coming
Yes.
from places.
Yeah. And you know that generally planar travelers are mages that could be considered part of the Grimwassian Legion. It's quite an extensive process, and it takes a lot of skill and practice. So a common mage who hasn't studied it much would probably not be able to travel to a different plane without the help of the Grimwassian Legion, at least.
And just like from my own kind of perspective of where kind of, so obviously in the Rothio and stuff it's much more kind of divine magic and stuff like that. In comparison to what I've seen on the material plane of the Grimwassian Legion so far, would I like, in terms of how advanced magically are they in comparison to the dream plane, or is the magic just very different in nature?
The magic is different, especially to yours, which is more of a divine-based magic. There are a lot of scholarly pursuits that the Grimwassian Legion is usually known for. So you have a lot of wizards in particular, though not necessarily every single person who is part of the Grimwassian Legion is a mage, though they can all cast in some ways. Some of them are, for example, like a paladin.
Okay.
So it's not restricted in that sense. They're more just to provide a balance.
Yeah.
But you haven't encountered too much of the Grimwassian Legion. They usually are only in place for... you would usually only encounter high up members of the Grimwassian Legion if you had done something that warranted immense suspicion or was advanced magic or something similar. But you personally, from your time, have not met anyone other than the Rosita Zan or technically Olya, who is involved with the Litorosian Inquisition, but does have some sway with the Grimwassian Legion, as he told you. Another thing to note, they're not necessarily enemies, but the Litorosian Inquisition was established in order to kind of weed out the corruption within the Grimwassian Legion. So they often launch investigations and espionage pursuits to kind of discover where the corruption stems from and kind of solve it as best they can.
Hearing the word Grimwassian Legion from what's his name?
Oh yeah.
I kind of go like, I've heard that somewhere, and then kind of just say what I know. I must have read it in a book at the monastery.
I think they're pretty well known.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I seem to know a lot about them. I just crazy. I don't know.
I know so much. Wow.
That's wonderful, Dilbert.
I've like been taking notes the entire time, and I've like put asterisks. So this understanding that we have of your plane is incorrect.
Before you enter, I should also tell you that I have messaged a friend of mine, the complete opposite of who the Legion sent, and one of the only tolerable people in that entire snake pit. They are one of the most upstanding, loyal, and fair people I have ever met, despite working for the Legion. Though I know they have their reasons, so if you can hold off on any insults and missteps until they arrive, I do not think you will regret it.
In Giant, I will say, no promises, but we'll certainly try our best.
Just saying that to Oya?
Yeah.
Your speech has improved. You can read Giant now?
I show them I'm gonna try and take off the bracelet. Does it come off easy enough?
It does come off, though you feel weaker for taking it off.
We found we found this in a dungeon below the prison of all places, and I put it on, and then all of a sudden it's like wow, I can see and read and understand everything, and it's just, I don't know, it's like imbued with maybe it's like some old rune magic or something, I don't know.
Sure, I can take a look if you like. And takes it from you. I see you have found an artifact from giant history. Where exactly did you say you found it? In the crypt?
Yeah, it was in a drawer or something.
In a barrel.
In a barrel.
In a box, a crate.
It was in a box. It was in
a
crypt.
crate. Yes.
It was in a crate in a crypt. Yes. The Crypt of Zolgar.
I have heard a lot about this crypt, but I did not realize it was under the prison this whole time. It seems a bit strange that nobody would have known.
You think, right?
It had like a weird lock and stuff like that.
Well, I'm not from here, so I
don't think it's that nobody knew. It just definitely wasn't common knowledge.
Also,
Definitely
do we
being
talk
hidden.
to you about corruption, or do we talk to them about corruption?
Well, I am technically employed with the Litorosian Inquisition, so it is my job to look at corruption. What exactly are you? I don't work for the Arbiter, if that's what you mean.
Can we give him like the stack of letters with
Sure.
Robert and Harrick and Octavius?
He takes the letters from you, passes it back. I think you should take caution with this if you give it to someone else. It seems like something that you would want to keep close to you. Have you tried to carve runes or anything on your body?
Not yet. I had a I had an old friend who taught me about rune carving a long, I mean, not a long time ago, but some time ago, but I've never tried it. I've been too... Whenever I try to carve, it's a bit, like, etchy and, jaggedy and doesn't really do anything, so not recently.
Well, from what I can sense, I do not recommend you do it now, but from what I can sense, it seems like this might help you in your carving. I've heard that giants will often imbue their power or their expertise into specific items or artifacts to pass on to their ancestors.
I check
So-
my notes and I'm just like, I'm just gonna write all that down. Okay. Thank you. I'll give it a shot when I have a free moment and not surrounded by the Legion and guards and a slew of chaos.
No worries. I think it is an honor to wield this Grothkin artifact.
I just say in giant, I feel a lot more like the Grothkin and I feel a lot more powerful for having it.
I think that it is. I think it is supposed to make you feel as if you have your ancestors behind you. So perhaps that might be something to investigate also.
Wait, okay. Yeah, now you're making me think. Yeah, okay, right. Giant blood, question mark? Am I a small giant?
Takes the letters from you and reads through. This is worrisome. I have heard that this Octavius was a wanted man, but I have not known him to be in Omerum for very long. So the fact that this correspondence spans several months means that this must have been planned for quite a while. Could also explain why he suddenly went missing, why people had wanted his head, and perhaps why, ironically, we ended up with his head.
Yeah.
I would advise that you show this as evidence for Seelan when you meet him. Perhaps it will help your case.
Okay, then I'll
And
take
pass
that.
it back to you.
Alright then, I guess into the breach.
Of course. Be careful.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. Busby kind of knocks on the door, and then you hear the muffled voice of the Rosita-san. Right, come in.
I'd like to be at the back of the group.
I'll step in first. Hello, Arbiter Rosita-san. We have found evidence and stuff downstairs.
Okay, so as you enter the room, kind of already speaking to the Rosita-san, you're accustomed to seeing this room in an almost ever-changing state now, with its original and precise system and the most recent turmoil that befell the room under the siege of Octavius and these goo monsters. But the room that you enter now is filled with guards spread at all corners of the room, and two flanking an individual facing the Rosita-san, who sits at her desk with her head kind of resting on one of her hands, seemingly bored with the man in front of her. Turning to you now, the man wedged in between these two guards is skinny and gaunt, seemingly younger than he hopes to appear to the room as he looks down his nose towards you. His long shoulder-length blonde hair is thin, and his grey eyes seem slightly watery and unfocused as he squints towards you. Dark circles surround his eyes, making them appear sunken in, and matching perfectly with his thin face, weedy arms, and hollowed cheeks. He's clothed in a fine silk turquoise doublet, filigreed in gold, and tailored to accentuate a figure that he clearly doesn't possess, with rounded-in shoulders and a chest that looks almost concave. He only casts a cursory glance over all of you, more out of forced manners than anything else, before kind of sneering slightly and turning his head to cast over his shoulder I hope this isn't the riffraff you hope to excuse, Rosita-san. I'm not sure I've ever seen a group more unlikely to be innocent than this lot.
That seems quite quite an unjudicious inquiry about us. I barely know us at all.
Did I say you could speak? And he begins to pace towards you. You know, I am wondering how you managed to convince the Rosita-san that you're innocent. I bet you there's dwellers amongst your lot.
What's a dweller? You must excuse me. I'm
Roll
not
a
from, yeah.
history check.
Oh no, I'm not gonna I'm just gonna ask him what a dweller is.
I'm asking you.
Okay.
Oh, you're asking him?
Yeah, I'm just straight up asking the guy. What is it? I'm not from these lands. You must forgive.
Trying to play funny?
No, I'm from a different plane. I got transported here.
A likely story. And kind of turns towards all of you. And just kind of surveys you for a second. And he's kind of unsettling in like a very much a thinks he has more power than he does type of way. And you feel a rush of anger kind of whenever you look at him. Though it doesn't seem as if it's necessarily coming from you. It seems like his general aura just pisses people off.
Bad vibes. Just
Bad vibes.
And pardon me, and your official title or name is, sir?
You're asking me what my name is, and I don't even know yours?
I figured that you would have been filled in
Sir
considering.
Lawrence Seelan.
Hello there, Sir. May I give these documents to the Arbiter? It's just some stuff that should clear our name.
He snatches them from you. I don't see why you need to give them to her when I'm standing right here, and just kind of goes through them. Is very like
hate this
you
guy.
you watch as Rosita-san just in the back, kind of massaging her temples. Kind of reads through them for a second. A Zushtar, and kind of stops. What exactly did you find in this crypt that you say you had no knowledge of before?
We found ooze. We
Ooze.
found a torture rack. We found
Some chains.
some chains.
I think we
Some
uncovered.
chains, yes. We definitely found some chains.
There was a lot of crates as well.
I think we may have uncovered the heart of some sort of smuggling operation.
And kind of looks at you for a second. An Arkanoid. You wouldn't happen to be this Arkanoid that Olyar was trying to animate and seemingly let go, would you?
No.
Say no. Say no.
It's an awful long pause.
They call him Big Cat.
Paces down the line to you.
Oh no.
And might I inquire what your name is?
Violet.
Roll a deception check.
Thank you. I didn't do it very convincingly.
Thanks, Violet.
Deception.
Violet, you're doing a Violet. Violet.
Oh, nat 20.
Huge.
Violet. No last name?
Not one. No.
You're
an
so
orphan,
lucky you
Not
got
one.
that
or
20.
you're the dweller in our midst.
Can I
say
roll a
this
check?
word.
Would I be able to roll a check to understand what a dweller
Yeah.
is? What check would you want me to roll?
Roll a history check.
Lovely. That would be a
remember.
13.
13. You've heard the word dweller kind of bandied around, especially in your travels. It's mostly used within the Prussian Empire as a kind of discriminatory term for people that come from the kingdom of Acheron, though you're not exactly sure why they're called dwellers.
Well, you know what I like to say? I always try to do dweller than I did yesterday.
You watch it, his stare burns into you.
So,
I think we'll start with this one. And you watch as he lifts his hand. Guards, arrest him.
Whoa, 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 whoa. On what grounds?
On what grounds? The grounds that you're pissing me off.
I don't think there's a.
I-
to
And
I-
me,
I don't
no.
believe you for a second.
I don't think there's a law for that.
You don't think? Oh, you're getting funny with me?
No.
Arrest this one too.
I
don't want to get arrested
I
again,
wasn't
man.
here
You
for
watch
the
as the
start of
Rosita
this.
Sun stands up. I don't think that's really necessary. Let's just all calm down. I honestly believe they had nothing to do with it. And you watch as he kind of wheels around to glare at the Rosita Sun. I don't think you're making the rules here anymore, especially based on everything that's happened in your town. I think that the Grimwassian Legion will have your head in a bit, too.
So that seems like a threat.
Wait, aren't we all on
If
the
it
same
seems
side
like
here?
a threat, that's good, because it was. And as soon as he says that and the guards begin to kind of converge on June, the door bangs open, smacking against the wall behind it and ricocheting back to swing closed again, just as a tall figure shoulders their way in. It's quite enough, Lawrence. You watch as this figure, a dark purple, almost black cloak billows around their thighs, and shiny silver plate armor softly clinks together as they stride forward. Long and confident steps across the worn wooden floor reverberate around the deathly quiet room, drawing them within arm's length of you in about 2 seconds. Beneath their armor, a set of pink clothes trimmed with silver and black is visible, seemingly very well put together in a material that seems to drape over them like silk. Pinning this cloak that drapes over one shoulder to settle around their pauldron, a set of 2 pins is visible. A shiny silver emblem of the Grimwassian Legion, and another pin, smaller slightly in size, that depicts what appears to be a circle of hands grasping each other's forearms, surrounded a sword, kind of facing point down. Mirroring the sword present on their pin, a large cleaver-like sword is strapped to their back. The pommel itself is shaped like a roaring lion, intricately cast in silver, with ruby gemstones flashing in the light as they approach. Around you, the guards in the room have dropped into low bows, the Rosita Sun included, though Seelan remains standing and facing the figure.
I bow shortly out of what's the word I'm after?
like peer pressure almost.
Instinct. I bow out of pure
Instinct.
instinct.
As do I.
Dark brown, almost black hair is cut into a choppy, messy bob. Soft strands appearing to have been severed by a blade rather than a set of scissors or shears, as it curls around angular cheekbones, and a sharp jawline set in a scowl. As they skirt past your group, the light that flickers across their brown skin seems to catch slightly and shimmer, drawing your attention almost as well as their commanding presence. That same light wafts over their billowing dark purple cloak, revealing what you now recognize as a galaxy, drifting along, an infinite expanse suspended in time within the fabric. Small stars twinkling at you and mapping out constellations. Pivoting to face you all, hands clasped behind their back, brown eyes gazing at you all with an unreadable expression, takes in that you've bowed. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm sure you're well acquainted now with each other, based on the ruckus that I heard outside.
I would describe it as well acquainted. Sure.
And what grounds were you arrested on?
Ooh.
Are we talking about the
Stone
previous arrest
marble.
or this arrest that is currently ongoing from this?
Well, see, when I came in, it seemed as if they were trying to arrest only one of you. I'm assuming
Been fairly
perhaps
tired.
you're a criminal band or something similar?
No, we were just clearing our name. The asshole has the notes from the smuggling ring that's under the tower.
Roll an inside check for me.
I thought you meant me.
No, like pointing at him.
Pointing at Lawrence,
You
yeah.
watch as Seelan looks to be just like
That's only a 10 on my insight check.
only a 10. You watch as something flickers across this individual's face at you, calling Sealan an asshole, but you're not too sure. It immediately goes back to an unreadable mask. Yes, well, guards, you may step back for a moment. I'd like to take over this investigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't thank me, you idiot. I'm trying to get you not arrested here.
That's exactly why I'm thanking you. I'll
And just
take it
turns
down.
away. Sealan, your work here is done. Thank you. And you are... So what, you're gonna take over my fucking investigation again? Who do you think you are? Some asshole that's got more power than me? And kind of gets up in this figure's face. See, here's the thing. I do have more power than you, Lawrence. So I'd thank you kindly to get the fuck out of the room now.
I like this guy.
New favorite character.
What's this dude's name?
You don't know yet.
We don't even know their
Oh.
pronouns, Jack.
True.
I said dude.
Is dude gender neutral? I don't even.
I'm pretty sure.
Depends on the
Depends on
person.
the person.
Yeah,
Depends on
that's
the
so.
person.
I would use it gender neutrally, personally.
Who could it
Lawrence
be?
seems to spit and splutter as he kind of steps forward. You can't just tell me to get off my investigation. What the fuck is wrong with you? I was assigned here for a reason, and just kind of like is going off, but the figure in front of you is just kind of focusing back on you.
I kind of just
Um,
make an L as he's leaving the room.
And eventually, after a bit of back and forth, you get the impression that the figure that had entered the room has far more power than Lawrence himself, and the guards immediately seize Lawrence and pull him out, even though he's kind of complaining and muttering curses and, saying that, I'm gonna get revenge, you wait, like he's going off for no reason. Everybody's like, alright.
Pop off, Lawrence.
I say in giant, get out of here, you whiny little bitch. Whoa.
At this time, you watch as the figure pivots to the Rosita Sun. I apologize for you having to deal with Lawrence. I understand that you were the one who messaged the Grimwassian Legion. I was expecting you to, have this sorted by now, but it seems that the Legion has decided to on-go, I suppose, the investigation. And they're kind of talking and just feeling what she knows. Very well, that'll be all Rosita Sun. You watch as the Rosita Sun kind of bows again deeply. And immediately kind of heads out to walk out of the room. My voice is going. Apologies. Of course. What did she sound like? Is she Scottish?
Yeah.
Fuck, my brain is. I'm dying.
Say the word potato.
Potato.
In a
Or 40
Scottish
miles
accent?
an hour
No.
going down the road.
I apologise that we didn't wait for you. I had no idea you were coming. Of course, you'll let me know if you need anything, so we'll see it. And kind of heads out of the room. Not to worry, it was a last minute thing, I assure you, and is just focused on all of you. Now, would one of you care to fill me in on the situation that we have here? Obviously, I have the Rosita Sun side, but I'm beginning to suspect that general incompetence has led us to this point, and you all probably know far more than Lawrence or the Rosita Sun. So,
General incompetence.
Can we continue with that?
I would
rest?
advise you to perhaps exercise restraint.
Yeah.
Okay.
June, you need to work on your timing a bit, I feel. So,
Actually, before we get started,
Thank you.
might I know your names? We'll start with general incompetence himself.
Some call me Violet.
Are you actively deceiving them?
No, it's a true statement.
Something tells me that might not be the case.
Some call me Violet. It's not my first name, but it's what I go by.
Would you like to leave the room?
Okay. Is this a genuine request to the guards?
She's asking you if you would like to leave the room or if you're going to cut it out.
Take the hint.
I don't want to give my name.
No, I mean the hint to leave the room.
Oh, okay. I'll leave the room.
No. That won't be necessary. We'll move on to
I am Abelard Dupont. I am a cleric of Duran.
pleasure.
I-
The Arkanoid that apparently has caused quite a ruckus in both the Inquisition and the Legion. You wouldn't happen to know who reanimated you, would you?
I don't think we've quite figured that out yet.
So someone randomly reanimated an Arkanoid.
I
This
don't-
place really is quite a hotbed for the weird and unexplainable.
What was the name of the bugs that we fought?
Better axe beetles.
Betterax? Alright. Back in character. The only running theory I have at the moment is there was some large arcane disturbance that both reanimated me and released the Betterax. I got that right, yeah? Beetles.
Interesting. It would have to be quite a precise and skilled blast, I would assume, to reanimate you. Or perhaps just concentrated in power. Something to think about, I suppose. And Minnie looks at you.
Not right.
No last name? Honestly, what are you guys, Madonna?
Unfortunately, don't have one.
Very well. You don't make it easy to plead your case, do you? Except for you, Abelard. I don't think I even got a name of the Arkanoid.
I don't think I have a name. I've never been given one.
That's a
Just a
shame.
serial
What
number.
would you like to be called?
Well, this group tends to call me A9.
And what would you like to be called?
No one's ever asked me that before.
Well, perhaps it's time. Right, well, I will leave you with that thought. And you?
My name's Dilbert. I don't have a last name, but I'm from the Dweeb clan.
Dilbert the Dweeb.
Yeah.
Fascinating name. And you?
I bow again. Krugar Tugadak from Tuttles. It's a pleasure to actually see a Sulcere so close and in person.
So you know who I am then?
Do I know who they are? I know their station.
Um,
Does the face seem recognizable?
roll a history check.
7.
7? I mean, it's a nice face, but don't really recognize it.
You'll have to forgive me. I don't know your name personally. I can tell from the prestige of your wear, your pins, your armor that you're clearly of high station.
Cool. All right. Well,
Your name, sorry, might be
it's Zola Florane.
Zora Florane. How do you spell Zora Florane?
Zola.
Zola.
Floh
Floh.
Rein.
Rein. Thank you. Zola Florane. Zola Florane.
I just wrote down Zola Florane is cool in my notes.
Now that I hear the name, does the name like ring any bell? Like, are they of a very high station with the Sulceers? Anything like that? Not really. I just know that they're a Sulceer.
Can
Yeah, I
do a
would say
history
so.
check?
Fair enough.
Yes, I'll let you do a history check. Sure. You can do it with advantage if you'd also like to roll another history check.
Okay, cool.
I got an 18.
I got a 19.
Okay. You've heard rumors about this name usually in conjunction with people kind of have a significant they kind of have polarizing opinions about Zola. You know that even though they are technically a Sulcier, they are also known for having committed. They're sort of seen as someone who's betrayed their family and their order, though you're not exactly sure what. You've heard conflicting tales. Some say it was a lover's spat. Some say it was trading secrets. Some say it was even more sinister than that, outing particular people as being corrupt and that sort of thing. So you know there's a general distrust against people who are confident in the Grimwassian Legion of Zola, but there are also many people that highly respect her as a figure who tries to be upstanding and to advocate for common people. So yeah, there's conflicting, I guess, stories about why Zola might be distrusted by some, but really liked by others, though it's unclear to you unless you were to ask directly, you assume.
Okay. Oh, of course. Forgive me for not recognizing right away. I've heard many great deeds about you. Wow, it seems crazy that you of all people should come here to oversee our merry band of adventurers who got framed by, pardon my language, an asshole whose head is Octavius' head still in the room, or is I'm assuming that's wrong.
Octavius' head still is in the room, yep.
Yeah, that guy framed us.
Yes, I've heard all about Octavius. Olya asked me to arrive and see if I could counteract Sealand's approach. He's not exactly the most honest. I don't know. He's an asshole. I fucking hate him.
Okay, I didn't want to say it, but
I was trying to be
yeah.
polite. I don't know you, but seems like we share a similar opinion. So
Do you mind he kept trying to call us a dweller. Do you mind defining that term for me? I'm unaware of it.
oh, dwellers are the people who come from the kingdom of Acheron, who were the original members of the kingdom of Acheron, though most of them have been wiped out. He's very much of the opinion that dwellers are, I don't really like saying the word, he thinks that they're dirty, kind of mistrustful beings. It stems from his own prejudice surrounding, I suppose, the divisions, lines in the sand, if you will, between the Eprosian Empire and the Kingdom of Acheron. But I think it's mostly hearsay. I think he's just a closed-minded individual. So I would advise that if you were to meet anyone from the Kingdom of Acheron, that you were not to use that term.
Basically, he's just a bigot and an asshole, and we don't like him.
I figured that one out when he kind of talked down to me and treated me like I was insane for just mentioning the fact that I am really not from here.
You're from a different continent?
Plane.
Oh.
He's from the dream plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, but it's apparently a real thing.
So I'm beginning to suspect that you would have some interesting information for me, considering, well, there are oozes around that are also extraplanar beings, and somehow you're also an extraplanar being.
So I woke up in a field of the yellow grass, which you call wheat, right? I woke up there and I ran into Mei Lin, and then we came into town. The other extraplanar beings, from the preliminary investigations that we have managed to do, we seem to have found that a lot of stuff comes from the spectral plane.
In Moran.
Yes.
That makes sense why Olya contacted me specifically.
It's been a crazy past few days.
Did Lawrence hand the documents we gave him back at all, or to?
Oh yeah.
Yes, so she took the documents. Alright, so You mean to tell me that there's been correspondence between these two?
Yes, so
And you-
Octavius there, and then Harak, one of the guards. I haven't found, I don't know where he is, but he is somewhere, one of the guards in the town. He was the one that originally arrested us, I believe. And then the
Very
weird
well,
this-
so you're not sure where Harak is. Perhaps that's something that should be investigated, though I'm sure it hasn't been, based on the idiocy of most of the people that are here.
Yeah.
And kind of flicks through it again. And the Zushtar tube, you have this device, or they smashed it, or what happened to it?
Do we
Yeah.
get the sense that we should... Can I make an inside check
Sure.
on the Solstice?
I need to just quickly check the wording of my character.
18. I just want to make sure.
18, if you're looking for any signs of...
Deceit, just to make sure. I just want to make sure she's on the level.
Cool.
She just seems like she's asking what happened to
Can
it.
I
Doesn't
reach
seem like
into-
it's
Right.
sinister or anything.
Can I give you a look and?
Cool.
So I'll pull it out and unwrap it.
So from
That's the Zushtar tube. Do you
Yep.
mind if I...
Certainly.
my
and-
precursory investigation on that one as well, I cannot read the language on it, but it appears to link to a place that is full of sorrow, misery, and evil specifically.
That sounds pleasant. And
Do you
kind
think
of...
perhaps this is where the slimes, the monsters, came from?
I would say so. I'm not the most experienced in decoding ancient languages, but it definitely seems as if this might have a touch of abyssal. You said you fought slime monsters,
Yeah.
They spoke infernal and primordial.
Oh, wait.
so it's an old type
Oh,
of
we haven't got to
magic.
do
Didn't you
that.
add a third one? Wasn't Abyssal one of them?
You guys didn't ever learn
Figure
that they
that out?
spoke abyssal.
At like the sound for saying this, I would like to think that at this point in time, I've been like really focused on my book.
Sure.
And not really paying attention to anyone else. I really don't care. But then you say abyssal, head up, abyssal. That's all I say. Just like mumble. That's it.
Just abyssal?
Yup.
Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Can I?
Didn't you just have this? You didn't look at it before?
They never gave it to me.
Wait, you can read Abyssal?
Okay, sure. And we'll pass it off to you.
Share, Andrea.
You don't ask.
You give us evil stares when we do ask.
Andrea!
You're
gonna
you're
lie,
not
you
very
stared at me.
accommodating.
You ask me if I'm crazy. You don't ask me actual logical questions.
You speak to something in your head.
I'm afraid I'm afraid you're like gonna shoot one of your little eldritch beams at my head, and
Well, I haven't had any luck shooting that at anything at the moment, so I don't know why you're so worried.
It's always who's Nadria, not how's Nadria.
Listen, as much as I love bickering, I think we have more pressing issues to,
Yes.
I
Sorry, sir.
suppose, look at. So, here's an interesting question I have for you. What exactly happened when you entered the office and saw the Rosita-san apparently holding Octavius's head? And we expect that she is innocent, or
She was
do you have proof otherwise?
We found a blow dart lying on the ground that had some sort of crazy poison, we assume, in it that made her act out and
And
cut
do
Octavius's
you-
head off.
Do you have this dart?
Did someone keep it?
Did we keep it or did Rosita-san keep it?
I think Rosita-san kept it.
Rosita's son
Yeah, I
kept
think
the
he kept it.
dart. It was it was apparently really rare. I believe I spotted it. I was treating Busby and I was treating her.
I see.
He had a very large gash across his chest.
It's very nasty. You should say he shouldn't be wearing plate armor. Just in a medical perspective, that gash is like he should be bed rest for like at least.
Well,
2
I'm not
weeks.
sure who Busby is, but I will let
the guard
Rosita-san
outside.
know.
He's a great guy.
He's really quite a nice
Sure.
guy.
And
Super duper guy.
you watch as the Soulseer crosses behind the desk and begins to kind of turn papers over, and picks up the dart and studies it for a second. It's still kind of unreadable. Did you roll a check to? You're just holding the.
I was gonna ask if I could check to see if.
So roll an intelligence check for me. As soon as you pick it up, it doesn't look like regular abyssal. It seems much older.
21.
21?
Yay.
Good rolls, good
Um,
rolls.
You get the sense that this is just the name of the plane, and you make out the word Malayor. M-A-L?
Yep.
A-E-O-R.
I don't let you guys know that, sorry.
You
Not going to.
Or
I'm not gonna write it down then.
How much do
Very
you
kind of
all
you not to
know
write.
about
Sorry.
this dart? Yeah. You said you were just told that it was poison and rare?
Rare, incited, I guess, madness or something like that. It was,
It was literally in her neck.
yeah, caused like mad insanity and like very, you know,
Which explains the head.
yeah, if that was Rosita's son, but the body, if we couldn't find it.
You literally walked in, her Octavius's head was in one arm, and her sword was drawn, covered in blood, in the other. So you can put two and two together.
So we suspect that she did kill Octavius then.
Oh yeah. On her own fruition though? Probably not.
Well, you're probably assuming that banning a weapon such as this blow dart, as you call it, is an act of lunacy. And that would be naivety. The Shoctel is not a weapon to be treated lightly. Save for the air used to fire it, it's almost entirely silent, and capable of travelling over 120 feet in order to strike its target.
Can I look out the windows and stuff to see if there's any building roofs or anything that could be 120 feet away?
Roll a perception check for me, please.
I'll look with you, so I'll give you advantage.
Would I know anything about this plane, by the way?
Roll a history check for me, please.
Am I getting advantage in the perception check?
Yeah, I'll,
Yes.
I'll look with you.
Cool. Good thing you gave me that. 13. 17.
17? There's a few that could be 120 feet away, though none are quite as tall as this particular tower that the Rosita Sun's office is in. You assume that if it were to be fired, it would be fired on an angle from a distance.
And could I see if I could remember what kind of angle I found the dart in her neck at?
You could probably assume she was sitting at her desk, right? In the spot in her neck.
Yeah, what's your intelligence?
My intelligence is 10, but my medical knowledge is +5. I'm just bringing that up as, from a medical perspective, I know what the fuck happened, but just
Sure, roll a medicine check for me,
Hell
please.
yeah. I am much happier.
I've never seen so many medicine checks before.
Oh, well, I'm a doctor.
It's quite impressive.
What do
15.
you... 14. You know that a lot of people sometimes refer to this plane as the underworld, so a lot of lost souls and kind of evil beings or creatures typically Xander. I
Yeah.
don't know what that means.
What is it saying?
It's got nothing but no battery on there apparently, so I don't know if that's...
You're talking.
Okay then, we'll just keep going.
Mine's the same.
Alright.
You still
So
got
you know
audio.
that a lot of typically dark and thought of as immoral souls are kind of interspersed throughout this plane. And a lot of the nightmarish creatures and monsters that typically cause pain to people and are thought of as evil beings originate from this plane. It's very inhospitable, and it's usually home to the deities that are just below the Nameless Few in terms of just how evil or how bad they're considered to be.
15 no matter.
15. With a 15, you don't recall the exact angle, but you think it might have been the puncture wound might have been at a slight angle, but nothing stands out to you as being, I guess, as extreme an angle as would be needed to be if she was sitting down at her desk.
Okay. So, probably not fighting from a rooftop then.
You would assume not.
Okay. I'm wondering where she got hit from the dart from. Probably not from a rooftop. So it would have to be someone in either the office or... I don't know, is there any other rooms up here that you might be hiding from?
Keep rambling. Think about it.
Well, I'm sure there'd be like a mark still on her neck.
Yeah.
So when we see her, we can ask her,
Isn't she in the room?
like, you know, where she was sitting or where she was before, and then, you know, look at the mark on her neck
Where's
and
this
kind
on?
of deduce
Yes, thank you.
where it came from.
Sorry.
No, good.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
No,
that's
I'm not a
a
detective
good
or anything.
idea. Could we, if you were to hypothetically investigate this, maybe getting Rosita's son back in here could be good to examine the exact angle of the wound and maybe establish where it came from in the room.
Very well. I think I have a few more questions for all of you first.
Okay.
Okay.
Of course, sir.
So, as far as I'm aware, this Shoctal is Moranian. How much do you all know about Moran?
Not a lot. Do I know anything about one? Like,
Do any of us know anything about that?
you know,
I think
I-
we've definitely heard the name.
from like the religious perspective, I've like, you know, coming from a religious stance, stuff like that, would I have heard of it?
You would have heard of Moran. You guys have studied things like the spectral plane, which is
Yeah.
on Moran. You also would have known to some degree that A, the beetles came from there, B, it's quite an intensely magical society, so there's less regulations there as much as they can get away with. It's seen as more ancient magic versus studied magic, so more intrinsic to the person or the population, and more people have access to it.
So the Zushta came from Morania.
I'm not too sure. Arcane devices are not typically my area of expertise, but I can tell you that the make of this appears to be dwarven. So whoever has created this device perhaps was a very skilled crafter in, I don't know, I suppose dwarven architecture artifacts. But the enchantment itself seems far more complex. Perhaps something that you would find in a more innovative place like Sprockerot.
Okay. Nadria, did you have any luck reading the Zushta's writings at all?
Yeah, it goes to a plane. Not that sure about it, honestly.
Okay.
So you watch as she sort of tilts the tube. The interesting thing is that this shock tool is, in order to make it as silent and deadly a weapon as it is, its maker must be exact, or within half a millimeter of its thickness. It takes incredible skill, as well as particular material infused with slaint that can only be found on the glass shore. And you all know how difficult it is to source materials such as that in Opris, let alone Moran. As you can see here, the interior of this tube is lined with runes. Each Shoctal is enchanted with a specific purpose, and no two are exactly the same. This one here was designed to make its target faint or fall unconscious for a specific period of time. But others can be enchanted for far more gruesome and sinister intentions. So based on the enchantment that I see here, I'm not too sure that the blood craze would be a viable excuse.
So now someone's trying to frame the Rosita-san?
See, that's what I'm unsure about. You all say that you didn't release the Beatles, but somehow you turn up with an Arkanoid that's been reanimated.
Well,
You seem to know exactly where to find the papers. You have a Zushtar tube, and you know more than I expected about the Shockdal. I'm beginning to think that perhaps you're all a little bit deceitful yourselves. I don't think that you commit the crimes that you're accused of. Without being offensive to you all, that's not my intention. You all seem a little bit too inexperienced to do so.
That would be fair. I am just out of school.
How shocktaling.
I mean, you can just say dumb.
No, I don't believe that you're dumb. I believe that you're incredibly smart in a lot of your interesting ways, though I don't think you're very well practiced at speaking to authority figures.
No, not at all. June, maybe.
Yeah, I've got a lot of practice.
Put it to you, please.
Have you not heard me?
They might not show it,
Is
but
that you trying?
These puns have been popping off.
Oh my
Uh,
god.
I am. The ways that we talk to authority is different in the Dream Plane. It is. You guys seem to do it quite rigidly, really. We are a bit more flexible, but still.
Well, without spilling too many secrets, I'm afraid I can't tell you exactly who I suspect is behind something like this, but I know that the Grimwassian Legion itself is perhaps not the best place to reveal a Zushtar tube. I'm glad that you did to me, and I will definitely investigate as much as I can, but I would recommend hiding it for the time being. Olya can be trusted as far as I know, but best to keep that out of sight of Sealan and perhaps the Rosita-san, especially since we don't know exactly the nature of her involvement.
Of course. And then I guess we wrap it back in the cloak and put it back in Ana's bag.
Sure. And this
Do
is
we-
why you're a Soulseer.
Do we have the documents that this Lawrence bloke snatched?
Yeah.
Or
Mm.
has, and you've had a look through them?
Yeah, she has.
Yeah, she has.
As far as I know, it's incredibly difficult to inscribe these enchantments onto the glass, just as it is to actually craft the weapon. The hook on the end of the dart means that in order to remove it, the individual must take care and time to unhook it. If they pull it out hastily, it will break, and the hook will be embedded into their skin until it's taken out by a healer or wise fellow. On the battlefield, that can be a death sentence, obviously, depending on the enchantment on the dart. Because of that, it's gained a bit of a reputation for becoming the favoured weapon of the crown makers, or slayers, if you prefer, and the Brothers of Ill Blood. Are any of you affiliated or know of these particular organizations or people?
I've never heard of them.
Probably.
Ana's like, yeah, I formed them. They were great. Back in the day.
They were my posse.
Would
back
they
then.
have been around when I was
What did you get in your
at 20?
20?
Well, yeah, 15 plus 5.
You have heard of the Brothers of Ill Blood, and crown makers or slayers usually just refer to mercenaries who were employed to murder kings or queens, monarchs.
There's a fancy word for it.
something aside.
Regicide.
Regicide, yeah. So you know that that's
Poor
usually what
Reggie.
they refer to. The Brothers of Ill Blood, though, you know, have a complicated kind of history. They originated during the Hexen War as well as a revolutionary group, but over time they grew into being a almost an overzealous mercenary group who often would target specific organizations or specific families that they believed were corrupt, and they got a reputation of being bloodthirsty and kind of acting in revenge mostly. But you have never encountered anyone. It's kind of more of a hush thing to be involved in the Brothers of Ill Blood at the moment. Though you know that they have specific phrases that they use to indicate to each other that they're part of the organization.
I'm surprised they're still around.
Well, there's where there's power, I suppose there's always a need for those who revolt, because inevitably things turn corrupt to others. So I think they've had many names and they've taken many forms, but they're still not exactly something that I would recommend you get involved with should you meet them. Though, if you do, don't tell me about it. For now, I suppose the port of call would be to reiterate that no, I don't think you did it, but I would like your help in determining who you think did, and kind of calls out for the Rosita Sun. Element, would you mind presenting your puncture wound for us? I believe it's important to the investigation, Abelard, to examine the angle.
Yes, of course.
What was that word, sorry? The
Puncture wound?
puncture wound. Cool. I just didn't hear you actually. That was a genuine question.
I guess some medicine check on the puncture wound then, just to see if
Don't,
it might
I'm
angle.
not going to make you roll another medicine
Okay.
check. You've done so many. It doesn't seem like it was fired from a building that was lower. It seems almost level with there is a slight angle, downward angle, but it seems as if this was fired from almost directly across.
Do you remember where you were when it was, where you might have been fired, where it might have been fired from? Were you sitting at your desk or?
You're asking the Rosita Sun?
Yeah.
Scottish accent really killed me today.
Okay.
Like I said, I think all I remember is that I was at the desk, and then I woke up and I had Octavius's head in my hand, and I assume that I was crazed when I did it. I don't know if I've already spoken to the healers, and I'm supposed to be checked by a wise fellow tomorrow, but I assume that I was culpable for.
Is the hook
Mister?
still in the wound as well?
Roll an investigation or medicine check for me, please.
Medicine it is, because 19.
19?
Yeah.
It looks as if there is. You get as close as you can, and you can see as she turns to answer your question that there is a slight flash or glint that appears to be a hook still embedded in there.
I appear to have missed it when I was removing it. So the hook is still in the wound. We should probably get that removed immediately. Maybe, I don't have any kind of healing magic left, and I'm unfamiliar with the weapon. Do you have anyone who could remove that?
Are you asking the...
Anyone?
This is unexpected, and she kind of like it begins to
Just
prod
don't,
at it,
touch it. You don't want to move it.
and like winces slightly. I suppose I'll have to ask a healer to remove it, and kind of seems shocked that it's
Don't
still in there.
touch the
And
wound.
kind of is, I will go and check that right away, and like kind of goes out of the room, and you can hear her beckoning for a healer to come up the stairs or to.
So, she was at her desk. The wound looks like it was coming. I'm saying this to just everyone else left in the room. The wound seemed to be coming at a level across from her. So, it looks like it would have been fired either like the wound was at the side of the neck, right?
Yeah.
It would have been fired from someone like kind of maybe a bit taller, standing up, but sideways from her.
It would have to be close, because if they're shooting from far away, the trajectory would send a dart down eventually, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so it might not be inside. I mean, like, unless someone was climbed onto the window and kind of standing there, is like the window in line with the desk at all?
So there's a wall of windows that kind of
Okay.
encompass the tower.
And are there any of them, like, do they open and close?
How many broken windows?
There are no broken windows visibly for you, but roll an investigation check, whoever would like to.
I will give Frigga advantage.
We're rolling that one. 17.
17. You don't see any broken windows, but you do see some that open and close.
And
Whoa.
in line from like the desk, maybe is there like a lineup where like a shot could be taken that would have hit the trajectory, like from the like lineup from maybe the opening and closing windows?
It's possible, yeah. Most of the windows open up this way, so not this way, but there are a few that do open.
I suppose if they opened up that way, in theory, an attacker could hold on to the ledge if they had a way of scaling it. I know that there are certain spells that would allow someone to climb to walls or fly up, but they would be holding on to. They could, in theory, hold on to the ledge and then fire across at Rosita Sun's neck. Or there was someone in the room with her. You, Susia, might be more familiar with the exact kind of effects of this knockout dart, but would Rosita-san have memory of like directly a couple of seconds or minutes before the incident?
I believe she should. So perhaps this dart does not correspond to the crime that was committed here. Perhaps this is a fake? Is that what you assume, or?
I'm not sure if it's fake or not. It could be, like, it obviously could be, but I don't think Rosita-san has anything to do with it. I think it might maybe a way to mislead us. But the shot could, in theory, be taken from inside the office as well. But if she was meant to have memory from like directly before the knockout, she would, in theory, remember if anyone was in the office with her, which kind of either leads that it's a hoax or that someone was on the window and fired into the office and then climbed back down again.
Very well, I think we perhaps need to speak with Herrick, then. Perhaps he might have some more information for us.
That could be wise.
For now, I will confirm that I'm pardoning you for all of your alleged crimes, though, as I have said, I don't think you committed them. Are you the leader of this group?
I don't think we formally have a leader.
Do you have a group name that I can make out any rewards to?
Some of our members have called us their best friend squad.
Ah, yes. That's a good name. I like that one.
When was this established?
No, that is so not cool, guys.
The best friend squad it is.
We could
Best
do
I
better.
mean,
friends squad.
I like having friends. I've never had a group of
Exactly.
friends
Having
before.
friends sounds good.
We're all
I'll
I feel like the best friend squad's been done. We could be squad of best friends.
Fantastic friend squad of besties.
the
Best-
bestie squad.
Oh my
just
eyes.
the
I'm
F,
so-
just the F squad.
Oh,
Two and a half
no.
doors.
Why? Is that bad?
The what?
2.5 doors.
I'm not.
2.5 doors.
The doors.
The doors.
2 doors down.
The door. I mean, I guess it does work.
Half this don't even work
Yeah,
There's
but
Quildor as well, though.
Half of
Oh,
us don't like that thing either.
What
How
about
about this?
dad
I will leave you
What
all
about the
to
dweebs?
think about the name that I'm calling you all as a group in our official books. Perhaps a rest is in order for all of you.
exactly.
What are your plans after this?
I guess I needed to find a way back home.
Perhaps we should follow these shipping manuscripts, or manifests, rather.
Head to Runaway.
That could be good.
I think that's the way to go. We gotta find out the root of source that's evil and destroy it.
There has to be someone on the receiving
Hold
end
on a
of this
moment.
trade.
You're going to continue the investigation surrounding this entire situation.
With your blessing, of
Well,
course.
we kind of got strung into it, and it seems pretty bad. At least fix it.
And you all think you're more competent than the Legion.
Sometimes an outsider's perspective, a capable adventuring group could be very helpful
He
to
wants
the
to be a
Legion.
mighty
Roll a persuasion check.
Bandit.
Ooh, oh, yeah, plus 4.
Oh no.
17.
Alright, here's what I'll do. I am going to pretend that I have no idea that you're continuing on the case of whatever it is you're searching for. But should you ever need to contact me for assistance or guidance, perhaps I would answer. You can find me in the Crystalline Keep in Rumbellium. Don't make me regret turning a blind eye. I personally think that, well, I don't think I can trust anyone in the Legion at the moment, and the Literatian Inquisition is always interesting to work with, so should you find anything that you believe to be of note, I would be interested to hear about it, and I will continue my own investigations, and perhaps we might meet again in the future to collaborate on
Or we
certain
might
issues.
not.
Well, anything that is said in this room I trust will not be overtly spoken to other people.
Of course.
It is a matter of great secrecy, and, well, I shouldn't be entertaining the idea that all of you are capable of doing such things that would normally be restricted to the Grimwassian Legion. But you've grown on me, so I suppose the first port of call for me is to send off this particular dart to, well, to the Countess and her 2 husbands, I believe. Perhaps she might be able to tell me more about the nature of this particular dart. She's quite experienced with the arcane.
Is there anything you still need us in the city for? And can we gather some additional equipment, say armor and stuff?
Certainly. What were the terms that you agreed on with the Rosita-san to? I'm assuming you had a reward if you happened to
Was a
be
reward.
It was
Was that?
innocent.
It wasn't really a strict amount. It was because they don't have a lot in the town. It was more just general, like,
Help.
what?
Yeah, supplies. Plus out along the way. Maybe some coin.
Okay, well, I happen to be someone with some note in the Grimwassian Legion, and in fact in the Prussian Empire and beyond, so I suppose it wouldn't be too out of the ordinary for me to go through the Grimwassian Legion's books and provide you with a, I suppose, reward fitting of your next endeavours. How does 50 gold each sound? Or is there something else that you all desire?
Did you want some armor at all, and better than the leather scraps we found? I know I could do with a bit of an upgrade in armor as well.
I know this is a bit of a tall ask, but the Legion doesn't happen to have any more parts for constructs such as myself.
No, it depends on the part you're looking for.
Really anything.
I can have a look and see if I can gather anything in particular for you. If you're just looking for any particular part, perhaps it might be better to talk to Olya about such things. He is the gearsmith after all.
Cool. Guess I'll do exactly that.
Is there, you're sure there's not something in particular you're looking for?
Do you want plate armor? Do you want plate armor?
No.
Do you want a better quality armor for your...
Some of my parts are old, and I don't think Ollie are quite gone around to tending to them. I'll
course.
speak with him.
Of course, I will also, as I said, I'll see what I can find in the Grimwassian Legion. Is there any way that I may contact you should you leave before I return?
Anyone? Okay.
I do believe I can get the sending spells, and I can keep that one prepared if you can get someone who has to send information to me. I can also send information that way.
No, nothing, sorry.
Oh, never mind, I can't get sending.
I probably can.
No, it's a 3rd level spell.
Yeah, I'm.
Okay,
well,
well,
you have-
what
Oh,
time are you
yeah.
planning on leaving?
2
I-
days, I
Yeah.
reckon.
2 days.
2 or 3.
Yeah,
Certainly. I will see what I can sort out to remain in contact with you for your, I suppose, more secretive exploits that you're intending to conduct after the fact. Very well. I suppose that some rest will be in order for the rest of you. And I will continue on with tracking down Harak and understanding the nature of this shock tool and exactly, bless you, and exactly
Very quiet.
The robots
Wait, Arkanoid, please?
and exactly the nature of this particular crime.
Can I request a session of breastplate armor?
What you were looking for what, sorry?
Sorry?
What, breastplate?
Yes.
Certainly.
Yeah.
I will see what I can find.
Thank you very much.
Very well. You may leave now. And
I strike a humble bow again.
I will see you back here in 2 days' time before you depart.
This is Rosita-san's office.
Yes.
We've still got some business here after we're done.
Such as?
I left a parcel here earlier to...
Just the backpack.
Yeah, there's a backpack that Rosita-san was holding for me.
It's not business.
We did promise
There's a
that we would get it
backpack
back.
that the Rosita-san was holding for you.
I didn't want to take it down into the crypt with me.
And what exactly is in this backpack?
Mostly slime. Yeah, I can show you my other backpack full of slime. I've got a bit of
It's
slime.
it's sort of a comfort for them. It's harmless.
It is
Ah.
Harmless.
As far
Very
as
well,
we're aware.
and you watch as the Saucy, still keeping her eyes on you, rounds the desk and picks up the backpack that was
mushroom
behind her.
eyes.
Oh yeah, the mushroom eyes. That's right.
This is your parcel,
Yes, that's the one.
and you watch as she flicks open the lid.
Slime?
Abelard just exhales audibly. Just like this.
Slime.
My toes are
Genuinely, it's
sweating.
slime. You
This
can
is the slime from the. I think
It's
in
the-
that bag.
So you mean to tell me that throughout this entire conversation, where we were talking about the nature of these oozes and the immense magical, I suppose, the problems with the immense magical output within Ormerum at the moment, you decided to fill a backpack, not one but two.
I was about to say, is this a bad time to mention the other backpack? Which is...
It was already mentioned for you by your friend Kruger.
Glee. I'm sorry, did I get you in trouble?
You watch as she reaches down, and mushrooms
It's a friend.
Is that from
Our friend
Malin?
Malin, who's been quiet
So you
over
mean
there,
to tell me
putting eyes
that the
on it.
rampaging ooze monsters that are set loose on this town, you think are friends?
This one?
Uh,
And yeah, you know.
So I
I
probably
think there's an ethical discussion to be had.
anyway. So when we were down there, I probably should include specific details for the Sulcia. We encountered the oozes down there. We killed one of them, and the other one we managed to negotiate into surrender, I guess. They speak primordial and infernal, and I believe another one, but I didn't speak that language.
You communicated with the oozes.
Yes, they speak primordial. They're not super intelligent, and they're very bound to order. If you're going to go down there, I would suggest being prepared for a fight. We did beat us.
Or
Don't hit them. And
prepared.
they won't hit back.
Yeah, prepared for negotiation because they're genuinely pretty negotiable. We just, after like a mid-combat, we asked it to stop fighting with a brief discussion. We did achieve that.
And it actually, listen, I was fighting one, I had my sword, and I was like, yeah, gah, 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 and it was like, bah, 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 and then we like took one down, and I look over, and then there's talking with the other one, and I'm just like, wow, maybe violence isn't always okay, and now I'm just like, well, what do I hit, what don't I hit? And
It still came to my chest, and it is worthwhile noting.
You travel with a child.
Unfortunately.
He's not a child.
Of
he's
age.
Just
you don't have
Slightly
any, you don't have any,
underage.
beg your
Yeah,
pardon, but
he's
you don't
the
have
only
any proof
child.
that-
I'm old. Or
I'm
Very well.
22, 3.
Four?
Roll a deception check.
For being 22, 3, 4.
Figure how old Abelard
That's
is.
really old.
Yeah.
Or
5?
Just looks at you, deadpan. I see. So 22, 3, 4 is your age.
We'll go with, no, 22 and a half. 22 and a half. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yes,
nearly
because
my
the
birthday,
half,
so-
the half makes a lot of difference. I see.
it's nearly your birthday and you're half?
It's another half, we're halfway through the year, so, the next half, it'll be my birthday once that half is up.
Sorry to interrupt the increasingly
Right.
kind of pathetic web of lies.
22!
Krugar is 17.
Kruger's not 17.
I would
Kruger is 17.
Did you read my journal?
In character, I say.
No.
You were very drunk.
Very well.
Oh, man!
I will.
I just sit down.
Suppose I won't question the fact that you travel with a child
It's
who is
a-
22, 3, 4.
It's a long story, okay?
Well,
I'd rather not go into it.
22,
even
3,
longer
4,
ID
and
card.
17.
Krugar is more than capable as a warrior, and I think this is an excellent learning experience. I mean, when I was 13, they put us out into the sands and made us survive, and then come back into the city make our way back to the city.
That sounds cool. When I was 12, I got to saw he was a giant kill another giant, and that was it. You were like fighting people when you were 12?
We didn't do much fighting or running away from horrific monsters
Could I-
with very big teeth.
While we're discussing, could I just grab the other? Could I?
Sure, roll a contested strength check.
No, strength check. Just a calm, placing a hand on it, just ready to take it with me. Just a presumptuous hand.
Slaps it away.
Okay.
See, here's the thing. When you have primordial ooze that is besieging a city, something tells me that the ooze should probably not be kept as a pet, nor let loose onto the rest of the world. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to confiscate this and your bag.
Kept as a pet should be fine.
I think the issue is more of it's an uncontrollable pet should it gain consciousness.
Consciousness is the goal.
From what I understand, this is extraplanar and also abyssal in nature.
I don't think you have any right over it.
I think you have also rights as the law.
You watch as the Sulcia paces towards you, gets within a centimetre of your face.
You seem to have.
Do you mean to challenge me on what I can or can't do?
Over the claiming of a friend? Absolutely. I would expect you to do the same of one of your own friends, frankly.
I don't have friends, I have subjects. You should know that I don't take kindly to other people questioning my authority.
You don't want to get on her bad
Don't speak again. Pass me your bag and you won't be arrested.
I'm speaking again, but we're negotiating.
This is negotiation.
I want to ask.
Roll a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Yeah.
Not this again.
The DC is 18.
Jesus Christ.
You're in trouble.
Then you were told.
You have a way with
I have a
authority.
problem with the law, man.
The
How-
session Tudor came into the fucking game.
14? It doesn't make it, but what
Doesn't make it.
is this?
You watch as her eyes bore into yours and you feel a pressing, almost a presence that seeks to consume your cognitive thought. And because you failed, she is going to read your mind and see particular thoughts, and I suppose you get the sense that it's almost like sifting through to find something in particular.
Okay.
And you can feel it all happening, but you yourself have no power to shove back until the inquisition into your mind and your thoughts is completed. But you've never felt anything like this. All of your senses seem to be heightened and then dulled very quickly as you just gaze listlessly into the eyes, and you can see the memories that she's cycling through are reflected in her own pupils, like the irises, almost like a flip book. And you watch as she cycles through the instances with the cart where you found Tudor,
Oh, okay.
the instances where you guys were down in the crypt, and you gather that she knows exactly what you yourself know.
How far back does she go?
You're not too sure. You just can see in her eyes that she stops on particular ones surrounding the oozes. And then all of a sudden the connection is severed. The eyes come back from where they were kind of gazing into yours. I've seen the destruction that these creatures can wreak upon a city such as this. We have 10 people dead at the hands of these oozes, and you expect me to let you walk out of here after having questioned my authority, after I've been very kind to you. Oh, so you do have a rebuttal for that also. You don't think I've been kind to you?
I would like certain assurances for Tudor's protection, well-being.
How about you look at your friend Tudor, and opens a flap for you, and you see that what was previously an amorphous blob is completely liquid now.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I think Tudor has passed from this world.
Oh, I'm sorry, June. He was a good blob.
So you mean to take out a puddle of ooze?
Can I bury it?
Can you bury the slime?
Yeah. It was once a thing.
You want to return this slime back to the earth, not knowing if it will reanimate at a later date. Are you stupid?
It's genuine.
Or are you just pulling my leg?
I want to bury it. It died.
All right, I think we'll be on our way. And I'll grab June by the shoulder.
You can have the liquid.
Holds up a hand. The rest of you may leave. You
Oh my
must stay.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there we will be just at the tavern. You can send June there with an armed escort if necessary.
Well, unless you can give up your ooze that you think is your friend.
It was.
It wasn't.
In there, my
I'm afraid that you might be culpable
For what?
for the crimes that they assume you are. You're carrying around the ooze that was somehow left besiege on the city. If they catch you with said ooze, do you really think you'll be able to leave?
Just to recap, what did the ooze do in the city?
You haven't seen?
I remember seeing it was very quiet, but I haven't.
Well, the cat's eye was covered in ooze. People say that the oozes materialized out of nowhere. Began
Is
to...
the cat's eye where we were staying?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It
where we-
began to rip apart farmers, mothers, daughters.
Abelard, can you draw a holy symbol? Is a piece of paper and a pen.
I guess I wouldn't really. Can I use sacred flame to heat up my holy symbol and just kind of burn it into the paper?
Sure. There's a holy symbol on a piece of paper.
I arrange the backpacks next to each other on the floor, put the holy symbol on top. We can go.
Can I? Oh no, you know what? I'm not gonna.
You're
I'm not gonna cause any more
Burn my
shenanigans.
child.
I was very close to breathing fire on your backpacks. Yes.
You
Oh, that
watch
would've been
as
fine.
you heat up
Like
the
Imperial.
the symbol in your hand. You're standing relatively close to the desk where Octavius's head is kind of listlessly staring outwards. And as you begin to focus and cast sacred flame on this holy symbol, getting in touch with Luron, you notice out of the corner of your eye that Octavius's head begins to shift. The skin begins to sag and melt and slough off. And
Kill it.
eventually it
Kill it.
slumps to the side and begins to turn into a puddle, not unlike the ooze in June's bag. And that is where we're going to end tonight's
You're joking.
The cliffhanger.
session. Thank you guys for your patience and for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. Did you guys have fun?
I bet.
Good.
I pieced that one together myself.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't.
I think
Oh really?
the
Was that
moment-
obvious?
Well,
Damn it.
because obviously I was here and it was there was the headless body, that was it? Yeah,
the headless body and the bodiless
vest.
head.
Oh,
yeah.
ah.
So I pieced it all together.
That's
and was like,
actually
yeah,
way
but
more
then
simpler than
Abelard completely.
controlling oozes. See? You guys.
Wait, so is
On a
Octavius
level.
dead or nah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Octavius be an ooze.
the head is there with no body.
But was Octavius just impersonating, or was something impersonating Octavius, or was Octavius actually just ooze?
Through the transmutation.
Who knows?
The
You guys will
transmutation necklace.
You guys will find out
Ooh.
next session.
We
Which
better.
Which will be 3 weeks away, isn't it?
Who knows? It'll be in some time. So
No.
if you haven't already, now's the perfect time to catch up on everything you missed.
Yeah. If you don't like Lucky's DMing.
Um,
I'm joking.
Wow.
That was a joke,
Wow.
everyone.
No, Lockie is an incredible DM. You guys should check out the one shot that we did last week.
So dumb.
We're the Power Rangers, so check it out. Ronald McDonald also features. Oh, sorry, Ronald McDonald. McRonald McDonald. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us. We hope you had as much fun as we did. Much love to all. It's always a pleasure and never a chore to DM for you all. So we will see you in a little bit. Bye.